Supervisor Horstman, can you hear us?
I hear you now, Lindsay.
Perfect. We can hear you.
Thank you.
Lindsay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Steve. Can you hear me?
A little low. Let me adjust my volume.
Okay.
Okay. Say something again.
Can you hear me, Steve?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Lindsay, testing for me too, please.
Yes, I can hear you, Sue. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can. You're loud and clear. You too, Sue.
Supervisor Fowler, can you hear us?
Supervisor Fowler, you're still muted if you're trying to speak.
I just spilled coffee on myself.
Oh, we are
There
so
you
sorry
are.
about that now.
At least,
You came in loud and clear.
at least it's not into the computer.
At least.
Jeez, I'm
Well,
just.
we're getting wet up here too. It's not coffee, but we're getting wet up here too, if it's any consolation.
Okay, we're ready to go.
I do not see Supervisor Begay just yet. So it looks like we've got all the other supervisors at this time.
Supervisor Begay is here with me in the
Oh, she
CSA
is.
room.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go ahead and.
All right, so good morning, everyone. It's first virtual meeting that I've had to run since I've been chair, so welcome, everyone. I guess I'm a little out of practice compared to our previous chairs because they did have to do the virtual meetings.
Oh, you're gonna be just fine. I just know it.
Thank you. So why don't we get started today? A regular session for Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. Begin with our call to order. So if we could please start, District 1.
I am here. We made it down to Phoenix and we got a lot of rain and wind. So we know that the weather service has predicted this one correct. And Patrice Horseman, and I am the supervisor for District 1, safely speaking from Phoenix.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, District 2, and current chair. And just want to say welcome and be safe out there with the weather because it looks like it's a big one. And we're also down in Phoenix at the CSA office to attend this meeting. So thank you. District 3.
Good morning, everybody. I made it into the office. It is snowing. You can see it's starting to possibly stick, but we're living. We're posting up on Facebook some of the closures on the roads that are happening right now. So it's coming down.
Thank you. District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair. Good morning. Please be safe out there.
Thank you. District 5.
Good morning. Well, it is nice and calm out here in Tuba, and it is really beautiful out. So be leaving here later on when we're done with our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now if we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sorry, Chair, I don't have the flag on my screen.
Okay, we'll improvise. Imagine that it's there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. I know. All right, now is call the public. We'll now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. If you would like to make comments regarding the public hearing item, please hold your comments for the public hearing. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there is anyone that would like to make a comment during this public comment portion of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom and it looks like a hand, if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Vasquez, we did get 2 emails in that I can read into the record, but I can do that at the end after we have some of the folks that are here in the virtual meeting to speak. And we do have 2 people with their hands up. Just so you know, I will have the stopwatch to do the 3 minutes. And the first hand is Ed Caboti with a hand up.
All right, please proceed. Thank you.
And if you could please state your name and address for our minutes, and then we will start the clock for you.
Yes, my name is Ed Caboti, and I'm actually from the Hopi Reservation, so I reside outside the county, although my work is here, and I do maintain my business from the Artist Gallery and other music operations that I do, and my address here in Coconino County. At any rate, I would like to speak on something of concern to many of us throughout the region, and that's the operation of the Piñon Plain Mine. The Piñon Plain Mine sits upon the aquifer of the Supai, and the Supai have already been threatened by this for many years, and of course have been fighting against it. The president's appearance last year in support of the tribe, was very notable and historic. But with the operation of the mine, we're kind of back in the same boat. And really, we're in much worse of a boat in the county because we're talking about transporting radioactive ore through Williams and through Flagstaff, through Tuba City. And really, in effect, we're transporting it, or the proposed transport is to carry it from one Native American nation, the Supai, through another Native American nation from south to north, the Navajo, and then on up to yet another Native American nation in Utah, the Ute Mountain Ute. The thing is, the tribes of this region have been so impacted negatively by industrial mining, arsenic contaminated waters in Hopi, 500 to 1,000 leftover uranium mines on Navajo Nation. And I feel like it's very important that we receive support from the county. And I know that the county has making a stance, but we would really love to understand anything that we can do and anything that we can encourage to stop the haul route and appeal even to our governor, to shut down the mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Chair Vasquez, we do have Sarah Wilt with her hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak, Sarah. If you can please state your name and address for our minutes, and I will start the clock then for you. for 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Wilfs, and I live at 2615 North Peakview Street in Flagstaff. And I'm here to express my opposition, as Ed mentioned, to uranium mining in Coconino County and the transport of uranium ore through Coconino County. Specifically, I'm concerned about Energy Fuels starting production at the Pinyon Pine Mine. I don't want Havasupai and Dene elders and residents or anyone else here to be exposed to toxic uranium. And I don't believe Indigenous lands should be considered national sacrifice areas. So I don't want the Pinyon Plain Mine to operate at all. Not now, not ever. I know you don't get to decide that, but I know you're watching this issue closely, and I'm grateful for the board's many years of opposition to uranium mining here. Thank you for taking this so seriously. I especially appreciate the perspectives that you, Supervisor Fowler, and you, Supervisor Begay, bring to this issue. As you know so well, there is nothing theoretical about the dangers of uranium contamination. And there's nothing short-term about these dangers. Yet I thought I heard Forest Service representatives at your last meeting say that groundwater monitoring would only be required for 30 years. If I heard that right, that's just not long enough. And why doesn't the Forest Service have to do a new assessment of Energy Fuels plans since it's been 12 years since the last one? I didn't hear good answers to your questions about that. Instead, I heard Forest Service folks talk as if this topic is quite ordinary, just regulations to follow about who decides what and who doesn't. I didn't hear any urgency about getting answers for your questions, even though Energy Fuels is already pulling ore out of the ground now. So I come before you to state the obvious. This is uranium we're talking about. Uranium that could damage generations of Coconino County residents. Please keep asking the good questions. Please stress the urgency of getting solid answers. And please keep us informed so we can push to keep everyone here safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And we do have Joshua McNaughton. Joshua, I will allow you to speak if you can state your name and address for the minutes, and we will reset the clock for 3 minutes for you.
Thank you for taking the time. My name is Joshua McNaughton. I live in Coconino County, off-grid out past Sunset Crater, and have called the Flagstaff area my home since 1999, where I attended college here and have spent many years working and living on the areas that are impacted by this new mining. Yesterday, my wife and I went up to Pinyon Plains Mine to see it for ourselves, and the Forest Service road off of US 64 is heavily reinforced with gravel to accommodate the new heavy trucks. We were passed by several large drill rigs coming and going from the site. There is a giant pile of fresh tailings and equipment and men working on site. So this is clearly something that is underway. And I would just like to echo the first two callers and thank them for their perspective. I really don't think this is something that we can allow to happen. So I would just like to urge everyone to do everything they can to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. And at this time, we have John Taylor. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. You will have 3 minutes. If you can just state your name and address for the minutes, we will reset the clock and you can go ahead.
Hello, my name is John Taylor at 816 West Cherry Avenue. Born and raised and raising a family here in Coconino County. Just joining the meeting to echo the voices of the people who've already spoken, expressing concern. against all uranium mining and transport in northern Arizona, including the Pinyon Pine Mine. I just wanted to share a very brief story of last summer as a Grand Canyon hiking guide, hiking a gentleman and his family into the Grand Canyon to join a river trip. And this gentleman is a sort of senior level nuclear power plant engineer. His work is over in Atlanta. When you guide somebody into the river and they're in a different setting and kind of off the clock and in a candid setting, you can have conversations that wouldn't normally happen. I asked this gentleman a lot of questions, and while he's a nuclear engineer and supports the benefit of the operation of nuclear power plants, I just wanted to share that he very candidly did share with me the many, many problems with the extraction, transport of nuclear waste, and that we've definitely, as people, have not solved the long-term storage concerns. And this man was in the industry to try to do right and do good. But key point is that he shared a lot of the concerns that we all have as local people. So thank you to all the supervisors for helping us stop this in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And then we do have Berta Benali. Berta, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you can just state your name and address for our minutes. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
We
Name
can.
is 6680 Columbine Boulevard, Flagstaff, Arizona. I've been a resident of Coconino County for over 52 years. I have a couple of comments to make against the transportation and the mining of uranium. The one is, if you're familiar with the orphan mine that was done in Grand Canyon decades ago, the cancer ratio of the permanent park people was out of control. Also in Tucson, Bill Thurston started that town and mined. The reason he started Tucson was for the tailings. And put them all over Tucson. And if you run a Geiger counter under the IMAX theater or the football field, you'll find that they go click, 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 click. Plan B, Babbitt Ranch, organic cattle they're selling with Forest Service. That would be the dirt road that the Grand Canyon, by the way, has not allowed any transport through the park. And the dirt road is an alternative that they would do a Plan B. These trucks dump their ore, they're uncovered. That was part of the original EIS. I've been a part of this for decades and decades. ADOT, we've had meetings with them continuously over the past 30 odd years. It's, a federal highway is what they say. But when you're hauling uncovered trucks with ore that are actually being dumped on the ground right now by Red Butte, which is sacred to the Havasupai, it's not a good idea. The Forest Service needs to be involved, the EPA. You have to work with the tribes, please. This is a really critical situation. Decades ago, Flagstaff made a resolution against hauling the tainted minerals to Yucca Mountain. I don't know where that resolution went, but the resolution should stand. You, Coconino County supervisors, please get involved, take action. Let's stop this mine. Let's stop uranium. All the tailings that are on the reservation with the millions of dollars that have been put in have never been cleaned up. The spills that have been made by the trucks going through that taint the water, that taint the land. The cancer ratio is extremely high. Tuba City built a cancer center because of the uranium that was mined and the tailings that were dumped. So I would appreciate Coconino County supervisors, get involved, do more. You can take action. I appreciate giving me time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, Chair Vasquez, we do not have any hands raised, but I do have 3 comments. Oh, I've got one more hand raised. Clayson Benali, I'll go ahead and allow you to speak. If you can unmute and state your name and address for the minutes, and we will reset the clock for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Clayson Benali. My address is 6020 Columbine Boulevard, Flagstaff, Arizona. I am a resident here in Coconino County, and I was actually kind of born and raised in Flagstaff and Tucson. My mom was just on a moment ago, and I actually grew up in the community of Tucson. I do have a tumor between my two frontal lobes. I know that I grew up, and it's too dangerous at this point to extract it or remove it. A lot of my family and people have been impacted heavily by uranium. The contamination. I actually had an earth science teacher at Mount Alden Middle School, which is now East Flag, or used to be East Flag Junior High, was a driver for the mine up in Red Butte, and would often talk about how they would drive their trucks tarped or untarped, and about the amount of accidents and rollovers and the spills, and how there were so many sites just along that route, going from 180 down to 64 to Williams, directly through Flagstaff, on up 89A, going up all the way through Canyon. But looking at the amount of communities, Valley, Williams, Flagstaff, Cameron, Gray Mountain, to, all the way up, just the actual impact and the reality of, a lot of these valleys and ravines, being watersheds. And we know that uranium, obviously this isn't, once it's removed from the ground, the radioactive material remains, I think, what is the half-life? I can't remember. Sorry, I'm not a scientist, but it's way beyond our life expectancy as humans here, looking at hundreds of thousands of years, that this stuff can have harmful impacts, not just to us as humans, but to different animals, from the cattle that I graze up on 89A, and just a lot of those areas that would be impacted. So I'm asking you all to do everything in your power to protect our citizens here within northern Arizona, and not allow any of this radioactive material to come through our communities. Please do everything you can to prevent it. I know the Plan B, going on a dirt road, obviously it's hard to monitor and tell exactly how many vehicles are driving these materials through. In the past, like my earth science teacher said, there was no way of actually policing, monitoring. But I appreciate and thank you for hosting this meeting, and hopefully there's something that we can do to protect our communities and our families.
Thank you, Clayson. All right, do not see any more hands raised on the virtual format. So I will go ahead and read the 3 comments that were emailed in to our board. The first one is from Brian Bates from Donny Park. Brian has written our board saying, I am Brian Bates, a longtime county resident, emeritus science professor at CCC, and a naturalist for National Geographic, Smithsonian Journeys, and other organizations. The Grand Canyon upwarp has breccia pipes that contain uranium and other potentially toxic minerals, ores. These ores have been sealed below ground since the tertiary geologic time period, 200 MYA. Water seeps along faults that provide water for rural communities in western Coconino and eastern Yavapai counties. In the eastern Grand Canyon, the Canadian-owned Pinyon Plain Mine, which is drilled into breccia pipes that contain the uranium and other ores, because mining traps water, these toxic ores can migrate into the water sources for valley, regional ranches, and the Havasupai and Wallapai reservations. These ores may present health hazards to those people and other species who consume the water. The Canadian Pinyon Plain Mine owners plan to soon begin hauling ore from the mine to the White Mesa Mill in Utah, where the Paiute people have already suffered health consequences from ore processing. 2 routes for transporting the ores would either direct trucks through Williams and Flagstaff, or the second would use ranching roads to skirt north of Flagstaff onto the Navajo Nation. The ore trucks are covered by a cloth topping, which could allow radioactive and other ores to fly off the trucks. Around 24 trucks a day are expected to follow one of these routes. This presents a human and environmental health hazard to communities along I-40 and Highway 89, including Williams, Flagstaff, the Donny Park region, Cameron, Tuba City, and Kayenta. I've heard that the Canadian mining company plans to mine and haul toxic ores for 28 months. However, the health impact to humans and other species could extend for thousands, even millions of years. This is your classic short-term gain for a foreign company compared to potential long-term health consequences for our community. The Navajo Nation already has one of the highest cancer rates in the US because of historic uranium mining. Currently, there are around 400 open uranium mines that haven't been cleaned up since the 1960s mining bonanza. The Navajo and other Native miners were never informed of the known health risks to themselves and future generations. Mining and hauling toxic ore presents significant health hazards to our constituents that will last far longer than our lifetimes, a responsibility you cannot ignore. As George Washington said in his farewell address, we should not leave to future generations that for which we are responsible. Fulfill your oath to protect the health of your constituents and stop the Pinyon Plain Mine. And then I do have an email also from Don Dyer, and Don Dyer lives at 2478 Kachina Trail in Flagstaff. Dear Coconino County Supervisors, I am writing to urge you to do something, anything in your power to stop the Pinyon Plain Mine and the hauling of uranium ore through Flagstaff, through the Navajo and Hopi Nation and onto the Ute White Mesa community. The Pinyon Plain Mine is next to Red Butte, a sacred site and place of emergence of the Havasupai and registered traditional cultural property of the 11 associated tribes of the Grand Canyon region. The mine threatens aquifers that the region and the Havasupai tribe depend on, aquifers that feed the springs in the Grand Canyon. The haul route passes through areas already devastated by the effects of a history of toxic extractive industry, colonialism, uranium mining, and lingering unmitigated contamination. This mine literally threatens the entire region. I urge you to please do more than pass an empty resolution. I urge you to refuse to allow this in Coconino County. I urge you to demand that Governor Katie Hobbs do something to stop this mine. There is simply too much at stake. Please contact Secretary of Interior Holland and President Biden and urge a new environmental review. The final environmental impact statement for this mine was completed in 1986. That's 37 years ago, literally older than the Forest Service representatives who presented to you on January 25th. Urge them to review and change the 1872 Mining Act. Something must be done. Please defend the water, the sacred sites, the indigenous people, and public health of this region. Thank you, Don Dyer. And then the third email I have from Sarika Cerna House states, given the concerns of many in our county relative to the sanctity of the election process, with drop boxes, mail-in tabulation machines, a hand count presentation showing the ease and clarity of outcomes would be appreciated. Please request that the supervisors have Mark Cook of the Hand Count Roadshow present within the month. Thank you, Sarika Cerna House. And it looks like, Chair Vasquez, we do have two more hands raised in the virtual format, 3 more hands raised.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. Sir Rana, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can please state your name and address for our minutes. We will set the clock for 3 minutes.
Okay, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, my name is Serena Riggs. I live here in Flagstaff, Arizona, 1820 Northeast Street. I am also a member of the Navajo Nation and also reside in Tuba City. What I would like to say is that I am opposed to Canyon Mine and our Pinyon Plain Mine. And I've been working on this issue for many years. And I've also been addressing the issues of abandoned uranium mines on the Navajo Nation since I come from Tuba City and have also been impacted by the uranium, the mill site there and the plume that is currently reaching Tuba City. In this case here, I feel that do need to take measures to shut down the mine. And we also need to take measures of ensuring that the environment around the site is up to standards. And we need to also look into the fact that it's right next to Red Butte, which is a TCP for many tribes of this area, and that the haul route that would go through communities of the Navajo Nation. And as you all know, as I just said earlier, there's 500 plus abandoned uranium mines. And we, as Navajo Nation citizens, are really impacted. I mean, we're impacted to the point of where we have a birth cohort study, and there's monitoring of babies that are born and to ensure how much uranium levels are in their body. That's how impacted we are. You know, and to have a mine go through Navajo Nation is another, it's like a slap in our face, because we're being targeted and we're being subjected to more uranium, or we're being subjected to more radiation. I mean, at this point in time on Navajo Nation, we don't even have any monitoring in place for air quality. We don't even know how much we're inhaling into our bodies. And until I feel like until Navajo Nation steps up their game and finds out how much we're being impacted on a daily rate, not just from our water or from arsenic or you know, what we're growing our foods in, or what our sheep are and our livestock are eating that are contaminated. I mean, there needs to be more measures taking place here. And I feel like you guys as elected leaders and us as community members, we have all the power to stop this mine. We have all the power to shut it down. We have everything, every right and our voter rights to ensure that we have no more harm that takes place in our communities or that we're subjected to. And I know that you guys are listening to this briefly. So I just wanted to make that comment. And I'm also part of a group called Hall No, and we're currently on this issue here, and we're doing everything that we can to ensure the safety of everybody, including mine workers. So we're doing our own assessments, and we're monitoring to make sure that everybody is safe and doing what we can. And as of Sunday, we passed 2 resolutions in Tuba City and Cameron to ensure that no mining will go through, and the same will be said throughout all the other communities on the haul route. Again,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Leona Morgan, I see your hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. We will reset the clock for 3 minutes. You can please just state your name and address for our minutes. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for taking public comment about this important issue. I am actually with Serena on the Hall No work. And just a quick little correction, we did get 2 resolutions passed, one from Tuba City, and the other one is from NOST, which is a regional, there's 4 chapters as part of NOST. So there are Navajo chapters, and then Cameron will be next, who are going to entertain a resolution opposing this, asking for the governor to change the status of the permit to close the mine. And again, just kind of repeating or uplifting what Serena said, myself, I actually don't live in Arizona. I'm a New Mexico resident, and I've been working on nuclear issues since 2007. And we have a lot of uranium problems on Navajo. It's very well known. And we know that our nation has a law against transport, but they're limited by their jurisdiction because these are US highways. And so just the same as all over the country, you know, radioactive transport happens, but we made a law, our Navajo Nation made a law to protect its citizens. And right now we're really at a loss because of limitations legally. And I think you all are very supportive of this issue. And I just want to say thank you for your previous resolutions. But unfortunately, I just want to kind of give some news that this is one mine we're watching Pinyon Plain. And my concern, again, I've worked on nuclear issues nationally and internationally for a long time. And what we're seeing with the push for new uranium mining for a so-called climate solution, Biden is really pushing hard for more nuclear, as well as, and then there's also nuclear weapons. I live in New Mexico. We have a lot of nuclear weapons stuff. But because of this national and the international geopolitics, Pinyon Plain is not the only mine that was grandfathered in. And so I think we're really concerned about this one mine, but the bigger concern is if any of the others with valid existing rights might also start up. And so this is something I think it's important that the county supervisors know. This is not the only mine with valid existing rights. And so that's something to be concerned about. We don't know if the others will be able to start mining, but that's what I wanted to inform you all of is we definitely want to shut down Pinyon Plain, but this may be the first of other threats. So please, we are asking for your support in all of these future, I hate to say future mining concerns, but Pinyon Plain is the first, and if we can shut it down, it hopefully will stop others from starting. Thank you.
Thank you, Leona. And Rose Tohi, I see your hand up. I'm gonna go ahead and allow you to speak. You can just state your name and address for the minutes. We will reset the clock for 3 minutes, and you can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Good morning, our supervisors and leadership. My name is Rose Tohi, and I live at 9055 Skeet Drive, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86004. And today I'm just wanting to speak as a community member and a voter in District 4. And personally speaking, I have family who has been impacted by uranium mining. And where my mom's land is in the Four Corners area, there are still a lot of open mines that are very harmful still. And that's in Red Valley Cove areas. So I understand and have seen the damage that uranium mining has done to our Navajo Nation, the people there, and to my own personal relatives. And having this go through the other side of my people, the Ute people of Ute Mountain, is also very concerning. And I just want to just say that I really trust you as supervisors to help our Indigenous peoples in this area of opposing and doing whatever you can within your power and the trust that people have given you. And I just want to just say thank you for all that you've already done. So I just want to say that I stand with the people who are opposing this mine. Excuse me, my voice isn't all that great today. But also as a member of IPAC, I'm also here to support the Black History Month proclamation, and I'm happy to be here to witness that. Shahad.
Thank you, Rose. I do have Jen with a hand up. Jen, I'm going to allow you to speak. You can please state your name and residence for minutes. We will reset the clock for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, Jennifer Yazzie. I'm originally from Arizona. I've been living here in Flagstaff since 1993. I came to AU, and I just want to tell a personal story of my own. For my mom, she was living in the downwind section. She contracted she got thyroid cancer back in 2017, and thankfully we were able to get that all taken out, and she's in remission from that. But it's just it scared us as a family to see our elderly mom have to go through that. And I know that a lot of other community members that got cancer from the downwinders area where there's a lot of open uranium mining done. She used to tell us a story of how when she was small, they weren't told, especially with a lot of people, the elders, they didn't speak English, and her dad didn't. He was a uranium miner, and they weren't told about like the full effects of how dangerous it was. And so she remembers this specific memory of, as a little girl, being told to go to the store and pick up a bread or something. And it was very windy in that Tuba City area. And she remembers walking to the little store there, and it was windy, and there's a lot of that uranium dust going around her. And so it affected a lot of people. And that's one memory that stays with her. And she just wishes that they were told more about the dangers of it. So, so please continue opposing this issue. It's very important to not just the people living in the areas, but and around it, but just to the human race. It's just not something good for us. And so, thank you for giving me the time to speak. Thank
you, Jen. Chair Vasquez, that is all for the hands raised on the virtual format.
All right, well, thank you everyone who took the time to present during public comment. Now we will move on to our first item, which is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating February 3rd to February 10th, 2024 as Reporting and Captions Week. So I'll hand it over to our clerks.
Thank you. We're trying to move. Shelley and Sharon, if you can accept the promotion. And Shay, thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Are you ready for me?
We are. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Chair Vasquez and the rest of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll try not to take up too much of your time, but I just really think this is an important time for us to recognize our court reporters. We have two, Melissa Laguise and Lauren Bodie, who is fairly new. So I'd like to thank them personally. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins local governments, the state of Arizona, and the National Court Reporters Association in recognizing February 3rd to the 10th, 2024 as Court Reporting and Captioning Week. And whereas capturing the record of important proceedings dates back to the 4th century BC, and whereas court reporters and captioners play a crucial role in delivery of justice and providing essential services to the citizens of our county, state, and nation. And whereas our court reporters and captioners preserve our history for future generations by translating the spoken word into text. And whereas court reporters and captioners use cutting-edge technology to bring the spoken word accurately to text in real time. And whereas court reporters and captioners are responsible for the closed captioning seen on television, at sports stadiums, and other community and educational settings, bringing information to millions of deaf and hard of hearing Americans every day. And whereas Coconino County has 2 official court reporters who rely on the record court proceedings, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebrating the work of court reporters and captioners, we do hereby recognize February 3rd to the 10th, 2024 as National Court Reporting and Captioning Week. Thank you so much for allowing me the time.
Thank you. Are there any comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you for the proclamation, and Having practiced law for over 40 years, certainly understand the role and the importance of court reporters that they play in our judicial system. And so I'm very pleased for you to present this today. And there may be other comments, but I'll be happy to make a motion on this when you're ready, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank you for bringing this proclamation to the board. And it is so important that we have our court recorders and all of our staff. And it's been challenging times because of the hiring and just the nature of the work. So I just want to appreciate all our staff in the courts. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by board members? Supervisor Hess.
Hey, thanks, Shay. This is awesome. This is I like that you brought this up to show that everyone counts, and it's not often that the people that are working the hardest get the most recognition. So I appreciate you bringing this to us because they deserve it, and we need to give respect where it's due. And I really appreciate you doing it. Tell them thank you from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm really
We've lost you, Vice Chair. Can't hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
He unmuted it. Okay. I just want to say thank you for bringing this proclamation to us today. It's really important. And as you know, that court reporters play a very crucial role in delivery of the justice system and also providing essential services to the citizens within all the communities that we serve. So it means a lot. And, you know, and so I'm ready to move forward with this, to approve this as we go forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I just like, again, to reiterate what my colleagues have said, we really appreciate the court recorders and the opportunity to recognize the hard work that they do to help with our justice system to make sure that we move forward in the proper way and record history properly. So thank you. I do believe we did have a motion, or we're going to have a motion. So do we have a motion to approve that proclamation?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating February 2024 as Black History Month. And we will have Billy Francis, Executive Director of Workforce Development Board, read the proclamation.
Thank you so much, Chair and Vice Chair and Board of Supervisors. And thank you so much for bringing attention to Black History Months and the hard work and the dedication of all African Americans and people of color that have provided support and hard work, blood and tears to our state and our county. So thank you so much for that opportunity. And we'll get started. Whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors joins citizens and local governments across the country in recognizing February 24th as National Black History Month, inclusive of all as recognized in the African diaspora. And whereas 2024 theme for National Black History Month is African Americans and the Arts, as stated by the Association for Studies of African American Life and History, highlights artistic and cultural movements such as the New Negro, Black Arts, Black Renaissance, hip hop, and Afrofuturism, and have set the standards for popular trends around the world. And whereas Coconino County values the rich and diverse history of the African diaspora, a people who have shaped the continent all over the world, a people who have continued to contribute and influence American democracy, history, culture, and identity. And whereas Coconino County acknowledges the history, the struggles and achievement of the past, present, and future generations of our African diaspora, bringing us to a time of reckoning, redemption, and hope for all people. And whereas Coconino County embraces the many esteemed contributions of the African diaspora in our county's lumber and sawmill industries, and notably in our generation of entrepreneurs, educators, artists, authors, scientists, athletes, activists, community leaders, and public servants. And whereas Coconino County Board of Supervisors supports and engages with the African diaspora communities in our cities and state in collaboration with Coconino County African Diaspora's Advisory Council, the Live Back Experience Community Coalition, partnership to involve its residents on issues that impact our communities. And whereas we thank all the people of the African diasporas for the countless acts of courage in the face of discrimination and injustice to make our county the land of the free and to further ensure justice for all. And therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebrating and honoring the vast contributions for all the people of African diaspora in our nation, county, and society, we do hereby recognize February 2024 as National Black History Month and call upon all residents to reflect and embrace the diversity that strengthens us all. Thank you.
Thank you for the proclamation. Do we have any comments from supervisors? Supervisor Hess first and then Supervisor Horseman.
I beat her. This is a no-brainer, Billy, and I appreciate you you bringing this up and reading that for us, that proclamation. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the soldiers I've served with, and it means a lot to our community. And I support this wholeheartedly. It is what we do, and this is why I'm here. And I really appreciate you. Thanks, Billy.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and I know that, thank you, Billy, for reading that proclamation. And of course, very proud to the county's commitment to inclusion, diversity, and certainly to Black History Month. And so I'm very glad to see that here. Of course, we've been as a county, have been honoring Black History Month, I know, since I've been on, and I know way before I was ever on. And it is so important to acknowledge the incredible contribution now and in the future that are being made by our African American citizens, residents, and really appreciate you bringing this proclamation forward, Billy. And very, very proud to be on this board that supports this type of diversity and inclusion, pleased to support this. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from supervisors? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you again, Vice Chair. I just want to say that, I think a lot of us have gone for where, we're Native American or, others. We have a lot of history and a lot of struggles and the things that we went and encountered as we were growing up, and we're faced with a lot of even governmental issues that have come up and things that were imposed on us. And I think this one really means a lot to me, only because because of them, a lot of them I see as educators, artists, and also they're athletes above all, Phoenix Suns, and all these other players, they mean a lot, when I look at them and thinking, we went through all these struggles, and I think it kind of makes us really try to be the best we can be and move forward and be successful. And so I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this. And it is true that we face discrimination and injustice to make our country the land of the free and to further ensure justice for all. I truly believe in that. So thank you for bringing this proclamation to us, Billy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Hey, Billy, good to see you. And congratulations on your award. It was, you weren't able to attend our meeting, but it was brought up there. So thank you so much. And I saw it all over social media also. What a great job you're doing over there. Just thankful that you brought this to the board and with the proclamation. And I just want to just remember that we have in Navajo, we've always, since I was in boarding school, I guess, we've always had our teachers and staff at the school that were of the Black people that were there, and we also have children that are half now. So they have really come together. They're really organizing, being proud of their heritage as Navajo, and when they introduce themselves, it's really nice to see that in Navajo, we're a big melting pot. We always create a clan if there's other clans that come into the tribe and become Navajo, and so just want to acknowledge that, and really proud to be of the of a very diverse community, and diversity in the community and just embracing each other is really important. And knowing where we came from, where did we come from, who are we as individuals, I think it's really important to know that. So thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming. Really great to see you. Sorry that we're not going to be with you this week. We're going to miss you. All right. I'll see you then. Thank you. And thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I just wanted to add that I really appreciate this proclamation. It's always great when we can celebrate the different diversity in our county. Our county hasn't always been as welcoming to diversity as it is now, and historically and whatnot. And so there are some things that need to be addressed. And I'm really proud to be part of this board that is working to address some of those issues where we can, and open up opportunities for diversity in our county, both among who we serve, how we serve our staff, and how we support all the different cultures in our county. And so today is Black History Month, or this month is Black History Month, and so it's a great honor to be able to recognize, honor, and just acknowledge all the contributions of African Americans to Coconino County. And so thank you for bringing us this declaration, and look forward to seeing the different events that'll be happening over this month. It looks like I see Erica there, so maybe there's some follow-up. Should we do the proclamation first, or should we go ahead and do the follow-up first and then the proclamation? Oh, do I have a motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. So it is official, and now I'll hand it back over to either you, Billy, or to you, Erica, to discuss more on what's going to be happening for Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. Thank you, Billy, for reading the proclamation. Really appreciate your partnership. And I want to thank the Diversity Committee for putting together great events to recognize Black History Month throughout all of February. This month, we are going to be having a theme of African Americans in the arts, and have a lot of great different presentations. We'll be watching some videos and having great conversation about those, as well as a live presentation, an employee presentation by Carol Kidd from Human Resources. There will also be a book club this month. The book club is going to start with an introductory kind of meet and greet on Thursday, February 8th. The book is The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. And Henrietta Lacks is an African-American woman whose cancer cells are an important line of in medical research. So I'm very excited to read that book together throughout the whole month. Our first lunch and learn will be tomorrow, Wednesday, February 7th. And it will be regarding Dorothy Dandridge. So that will be an exciting video to watch with discussion afterward. Thank you to Arena Contreras for hosting those lunch and learns. They're all from noon to 1 on Zoom, and there is the same Zoom link for all of them. So there will be presentations on Gwendolyn Brooks, Claudette Colvin, Bessie Coleman, Garrett Morgan, Wilson C. Riles, Diane Carroll, and others. Very excited to learn more about each of them. The committee really wanted to highlight some lesser known and unknown figures and have some really great conversation as we celebrate this month together. So thank you very much.
All right, are there any questions or comments moving forward on Black History Month? Supervisor Fowler.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Erica, and thank you, Billy, and the committee, as well as, well, both committees. Erica, you have a committee internally that's been working on these and really been amazing how you're able to develop these a month-long presentations so we can learn more. And then all the book clubs. So that is really, it's just always very interesting. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much. And thank you for the committee for putting this together.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time?
And Chair, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing this proclamation and always moving forward to making sure that Coconino County is a place where we can feel welcome and our kids can feel welcome. And so thank you so much for always recognizing the diversity that makes Coconino County unique and making Coconino County a place where everybody feels like someone. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing the proclamation and your words of support for the proclamation. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving forward, our next item is our consent agenda. All matters are under consent agenda and considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately?
Yes,
Supervisor Horstman.
Mr. Chair. Oh.
Yeah.
I saw the hand, sorry. We'll go ahead, Supervisor Horstman, then we'll go Supervisor Fowler.
I could, yes. That's one thing about these virtual meetings, isn't it? It's hard to catch everybody. So I see you there, Supervisor Fowler. Sorry about that. So just if we can remove 6 for informational purposes, please.
Number 6, okay. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, number 7 and number 14, please.
Okay. 6, 7, and 14. May I have a motion to approve this consent agenda item number 3 through 14 minus numbers 6, 7, and 14?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Now, if we could go to number 6, consideration and possible action to approve an agreement with the Arizona Department of Public Safety regarding fentanyl prosecution, diversion, and testing, and accept funding in the amount of $104,496 for fiscal year 2024. And so with that, I'll hand it over to our county attorney's office.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. Ammon Barker, Chief Deputy with the County Attorney's Office. It's good to be here with you. Good morning. And I'm glad everyone's virtual. I'm looking outside and seeing a lot of snow today. So that was a good decision. On this topic, I'm just proud to say that our business manager did great work in obtaining this funding from DPS. This will help us prosecute our fentanyl cases. And as you know, this is continuing to be a major problem in our community. In 2021 fiscal year, we had 21 individual fentanyl cases. And last year we had 61. So that's a 200%, nearly 200% increase in fentanyl cases. We had last summer, the sheriff's office seized 40,000 individual pills in one traffic stop. So it's the trend we see increasing, and you can appreciate that these are dangerous cases because these pills end up in the wrong hands. In fact, just 2 years ago, we prosecuted a murder case where a 6-year-old ingested fentanyl and died. And that defendant was sentenced to prison for the rest of his life. He was selling fentanyl out of his house, and that 6-year-old was living there. So we take these very seriously. We have one prosecutor who is managing this caseload, exclusively drug cases, and including our fentanyl cases. And but frankly, it's just too much for one prosecutor. So we need additional funding for salary for our other prosecutors who handle a lot of these drug cases. Ultimately, we just want to make sure our community is safe. And we believe that this funding will help us get there in prosecuting these fentanyl cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Well, and thank you, Chief Deputy County Attorney, for giving us the background and information on this. I think this was really important, and obviously fentanyl remains a concern for across really the United States, and including Coconino County. We are not immune to the problems with fentanyl and fentanyl addiction. So really appreciate you giving us the information on this and an update on this. And appreciate also that we have funding available to us to really fight this addiction and this problem. So thank you, and thank you for that update. And I know other people may have comments, but I'll be glad to, after their comments, to make a motion to approve the agreement with the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other comments from board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to the board. Well, I'm glad we're receiving the funding that's necessary, and thank you for explaining it more. Fentanyl is on all of this seems like we're having a weekly discussion in some meeting about it. So I just am very happy that our county, your department, and other departments that are really focused on this, and in the schools, in the community, and trying to all the law enforcement, first responders. This is just it's just getting it's really been a challenge for many communities. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Chair. This is a big step, and I applaud you for making sure that this happens. This is why we have you here. This is an unfortunate event, and thank you for the information, and let's make this happen. Let's get this off the streets. You're the first big step towards probably a much larger needed push against this unfortunate fight. So keep up the good fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I know that, there's a lot of fentanyl going around everywhere, even in our schools, and every corner you see, it seems like, people are beginning to give them out even to little kids as like candy. They look like candy or powder form or pills or however which way they can get them to the people out there. So I think, with this board, I'm glad to be part of to be in combat, of this crisis that is happening overall within our county, within the whole county. And certainly it's not just our county, but it's probably the whole US and other continents. So thank you for bringing this on for us to consider. And we thank you, and we do support what efforts you're doing with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would just like to add that fentanyl is a scourge, and it is a problem, and the amount of cases that you're facing, it's scary that it's gone from 21 to 61 or whatnot. That means that we're having more cases here in our county. And so hopefully between your efforts and law enforcement efforts, we can work together and get fentanyl off our streets, because it is a danger. We're hearing more and more folks, taking one kill pills that are fatal. And so that's unfortunate that our community is facing this problem. It's a nationwide problem, but here in Arizona, we are kind of in ground zero, and being on the 40 and the 17, we have those routes that seem to attract those kind of transports. So please keep up the good work, and we look forward to hearing the results of this support. Thank you. With that said, do we have a motion to approve item number 6?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do move to approve the agreement with the Arizona Department of Public Safety regarding fentanyl prosecution, diversion, and testing, and accepting the funding in the amount of $104,496 for fiscal year 2024.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second by Supervisor Hess by a millisecond. And all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. And let's get fentanyl off our streets. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 7, consideration and possible action to accept court security improvement CSI funds for fiscal year 2024 awarded by the Arizona Supreme Court totaling in $51,184 to provide locking protocol for Fredonia Justice Court and approve a corresponding budget amendment in the amount of $51,184 for court security improvements at the Fredonia Justice Court facility. And we'll pass it over to our courts to explain a little bit about this item.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I pulled this because I want to just thank our court and our facility manager's office as well to continue this project of court security in Fredonia. We have this is a small community, and this project has been going on through the years. So we have Shelley here, and I just want to also just highlight the importance of court security. And so we've been on these types of projects for the facility security, courts and other county buildings. And I just want to thank our staff for continuing this to really pay attention to that. And I'd like to just recognize Shelley. She's here. And I know this is one of her projects and brought it here. So thank you, Shelley.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler and Chair Vasquez. I want to thank you all for the consideration of this. As you know, security is a top priority for us. And even though Fredonia is a small court, they still are, faced with the same security concerns that we all have. And so to be able to, this particular request is to have, a card key access. They currently have hard keys up there. We've had card keys for years. So it's going to be nice to get them up to speed and a little bit at a time, and we'll, slowly get those improvements done. I know I spoke with Judge Cutchin earlier. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it today, but she would agree with us that, security is the top priority for that. So I just want to thank you for your consideration, and we're hoping to get it passed. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from other board members? In that case, can I get a motion to approve the court and security improvement funds for fiscal 2024? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I
yes.
Approve this item. And I just want to thank Shelley again and all the staff working on the security of our courts, and especially in our rural communities. So thank you so much. I move that we approve.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Well, thank you for this item and for working on our rural court security. And we look forward to seeing how the new courts come together, and maybe we can get a tour up to Fredonia eventually to see the new card key access.
That would be great. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Okay, now item 14, consideration and possible action to approve the extension of the limited appointments of 5.5 full-time equivalent FTE education serving agency program coordinator positions and 3.0 full-time equivalent FTE education service agency mental health clinic positions until June 30th, 2025. So I'll hand it over to our superintendent of schools, Cheryl Mango Paget.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I pulled this so that I could highlight the challenge that our schools and our communities are faced with the mental health, and how our ARPA dollars, most of that has been put into our departments and out into the community for mental health. However, in this case, I want to thank our school superintendent, Cheryl. She's here. That she's really has been focused on helping our students that are in the school system and staff with the mental health issues that we see in the health. We just talked about fentanyl just a while ago. That is part of this. So there is just such a great challenge that impacts students, as well as if a student is challenged with the mental health, it impacts the family, in fact, impacts the community. So I just want to thank Cheryl, and I wanted to see also where these individuals will probably be addressing all the schools and trying to help all the schools, but I wanted to just give her a little time to explain more about this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Vasquez, Supervisor, members of the board. Good morning. And I just got off the 40 from the west, and the 40 is all very, very tight. Cars like a sheet of ice. In town's fine, but the 40 is not. Currently, we have been able to on throttle serve 14 schools, our mental health supports. From providing counseling, psychology services, professional development, administrative supports, as well as a crisis intervention team training, as well as to develop our own crisis intervention team to support our schools when those type of issues come up. And it's actually a really good thing we are doing it, because the Attorney General doing audits of their EOPs, emergency operation plans. And what we are doing is something that our schools can actually put under and check that box. As I said, we provide psychologists, counselors, and professional developments. And our plan is to still continue all of those supports in those 14 schools, but also to open it up to more schools through some other partnerships. We were able to obtain to date another governor's office grant, really focusing on our high schools. And the other big piece of this is, as well as we know, mental health and wellness for our educators, our children, and our families is so important. And just now, our schools are having to sign off on new attestations that they will not be supporting that or during the school day. And so we have our work still cut out for us in our relationship with the state and changing that mindset. But I have a great team. They've done amazing work, and the feedback we've received is phenomenal. So I'm very excited that we can extend it at least for a little bit, and hope to secure additional funds going down the pike to just keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. This is an important item, and it's always great to be able to highlight some of the mental health efforts that our county has put in particular funding to your office to help support our children in our rural schools. So important, because a lot of these rural schools don't have those kind of supports or funding available to provide those supports to these children. So it's crucial, these services that your office is providing. So thank you, and I'm really pleased that we're able to highlight it. Are there any other comments by supervisors at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Just again, thank you, Cheryl, and your office for the advocacy and the support you provide for our schools and certainly our rural school districts. So thanks again. Job well done. Superintendent of Schools, appreciate you.
Yes, we appreciate all your hard work. Are there any other comments? Vice Chair Begay?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And then Cheryl, thank you so much for bringing this before the board today. It's very important that we continue, any programs that will really, that's really needed by our students out there, especially in the mental health area. So I just want to say that, I guess I just wanted to say, I know you're looking for grants right now to sustain the programs and stuff like that. I think that's something that we as a board and also the administration can work on to see how we can sustain that, because we just don't want it to come off at a certain point and we leave your kids hanging. So I just want to say thank you so much for you and your staff who worked on this project for years and were willing to consider and approve the possibility of extending your request for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Are there any other comments at this time?
Sure.
Supervisor Hess.
I just want to thank you. This is a big step. Mental health is an important problem that we've got going on. And for the chair, I just want to second that for when it comes through, because I know he can't second it or make the motion. So when it comes to it, I just want to make sure this is near and dear to all our hearts. But I know for the Chair Geronimo Vasquez, this is very close to his heart. So thank you very much. And let's make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, so do we have a motion to approve item 14?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I want to just, again, just follow up and just say, Cheryl, you and your team have been so creative in bringing funding together and building these programs that are really difficult. And I just want to acknowledge that. So thank you so much. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item number 14.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second this.
Thank you. We have a second by Supervisor Hess. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you. We appreciate the hard work. All right. Next item. May I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by Supervisor Horstman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Now, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda item, Jail District consent agenda item number 15? Unless, of course, someone would like to remove it to discuss it.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, the next item is a public hearing. We will have the staff present and then I will ask for comments from the public. At that time, Clerk Daly will provide instructions on how to provide comments in person and virtually. First, we will start with the staff's presentation.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll be presenting the item today.
Thank you.
Again, you'll recall from a previous presentation that the county staff provided to the board regarding our expenditure limit for Coconino County. As a matter of just, to refer back for context for the public hearing, let me just provide some introductory comments. And then at that time, I'll turn it over to Clerk Daly to provide the instructions for the hearing itself. So again, the background that the county has been bringing to the board information regarding our expenditure limit. The expenditure limit for Coconino County was set actually as a constitutional amendment back in 1979 and 1980, excuse me. It is adjusted annually for population growth at the county level and also with inflation at the statewide level. Again, those two items provide the opportunity for those adjustments to be made annually. At the same time, when we look at the type of revenue that is counted in the expenditure limit, that is the county general fund. However, we have had a couple of changes with the local revenue that has occurred in the last 20 to 30 years. One is in 1998, the legislature gave counties the authority for county sales tax to be implemented, and that took place. And then in 2015, the county went to the voters to seek approval for a road maintenance sales tax, and that was approved by voters in 2014 and implemented in 2015. At this time, back to the public hearing itself, there are two public hearings that are required in the process that will lead to board considering a call for election. And so for today, for purposes of the public hearing process, today is the first of two public hearings regarding the public hearing itself. In addition to that, the resolution that's being proposed, I'll read it into the record, Mr. Chair. So resolution 2024, a resolution proposing a permanent adjustment to the 1979-80 base expenditure limitation of Coconino County. Whereas the Arizona State Constitution permits submission to the voters of a county of a permanent adjustment to the base expenditure limitations. And whereas the Coconino County Board of Supervisors has determined that a permanent base adjustment is necessary for Coconino County. Now therefore be it resolved by the County Board of Supervisors that the following base adjustment be submitted to the voters of Coconino County. Shall the expenditure base of Coconino County be permanently adjusted by, and that amount is being, again, we've had two amounts that we've provided to the board that have not finalized yet, but the wording will be filled in once we do finalize that figure. And it will be passed and adopted again when we do bring it to the board for the call for election. So that is the text of the resolution. And Mr. Chair, back to the clerk so that she may provide the instructions for the public hearing itself.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there is anybody on the meeting that would like to provide a public comment during this public hearing portion of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And just as a note, we have not received any comments via our board comments email regarding this public hearing at this time. And I do not see any hands raised at this time, Chair Vasquez.
Okay, we'll give it 1 minute just to give the attempt if anybody does attempt to log on so they have their opportunity, and then we'll move forward.
Okay. Again, you can hit the raise hand icon that appears toward the bottom of your screen. Looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand. Or if you join by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand. And we still have no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
Okay, in that case, I am now closing the public hearing. Supervisors, are there any questions or comments at this time about the expenditure limit? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and obviously, we also, as a county, are responsible to making sure we are able to deliver the services to our residents all across Coconino County. And we have a expenditure limit formula that has been working against the ability of the county to be able to do exactly that. So I am absolutely in support of the proposed resolution to permanently adjust the 7980 base expenditure limitations of Coconino County. It's the only way, and it is the best way, that we can deliver the services, much needed services to our residents. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Are there any other comments from board members at this time? Okay, in that case, I'll take the opportunity to just state that this is very important to our function as a county government to be able to expend the funding that we receive. Earlier, we were listening to different grants and programs of funding that come in. But if our expenditure limit isn't increased, we won't be able to spend those funds when they arrive. And so it's crucial to our functioning as a county government to provide the services that we do to our community, that we are able to increase this expenditure limit and educate the community of why it's so important that we increase this expenditure limit, so we have the capability to spend funding when we receive it. For example, recently we had the pipeline and tunnel fire. We were blessed with lots of federal funding to do those projects, but those projects and spending some of that money did push us close to our expenditure limit. If we don't expand our expenditure limit in the future, we could be limited in our response to spending money that the federal government tries to support us with because of the expenditure limit. So this is crucial. We're at this time that we need to change this expenditure limit. It's been 40 years. It's based on a formula that was a different era. In the 80s, inflation was different, prices were different, the calculations were different. And so now we need that opportunity to expand how much we can spend as a county. That's not saying that we have the money to spend it. We just need the ability to spend it should we have it. So with that said, are there any other comments by supervisors? Supervisor Fowler and then Supervisor Horstman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been ongoing. It's been a great challenge for the counties. It's not just our county also. It's across Arizona. We have 15 counties in the state of Arizona. There are several counties that have increased their expenditure limits. And that is what we're planning to do here. We can have the money that we can have the funding to do a project, but we may not be able to do that project because we just can't, we're at that limitation of how much we can spend. So this is not going to cost the taxpayers and it's not going to impact individuals' finances. This is just allowing us to be able to continue to deliver the services, the quality services that we deliver. It'll give us a little more flexibility and be able to spend the dollars, the funding that we do have to be able to deliver the services that we plan to deliver. We have where there has been increase in costs in many ways, and then there are new challenges that have come with the just in the population, changes that came with the pandemic also, or the pandemic left. So anyway, that's why we want to be able to really understand our expenditure limit. We'd like the public to understand it. There'll be a lot more community education that will start taking place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Well, Supervisor Fowler hit on it, and so did you, but I think it's important that we say again and again, this is not taxes. This does not count our community, does not cost our community anything. No taxes, no money out of their pocket. However, the failure to support certainly will cost our residents county services and our ability to function as a county government. So this has been an antiquated formula at the state legislature. It's not in keeping with the realities of our counties or the grants and opportunities that we have as a county to be able to provide revenue that generates services for our communities. So just wanting to underscore again what you, Chair, and Supervisor Fowler talked about. This is not a taxation. This is merely removing us from a formula to allow us to be able to spend the revenue we do have and to provide the services that we need for our communities. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by supervisors at this time? Vice Chair Begay.
I think to Steve, as we come to the end, I think there's going to be some kind of publicity or the rollout of how we're going to inform the community, the public. I think that would be great. As you know, we do have minimal people that come on our Zoom meetings. So just to make sure, that, but if there's a write-up that we can start sharing also as we go out to the areas that we serve, that would be great. Just a general information from the county. So that's all I ask, and thank you so much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I can, to Supervisor Begay's comments, I can follow up with some comments related to the next steps if I could.
Yes, please do.
Okay. So the next steps would be the second public hearing is scheduled to take place on February 20th. And that is the second public hearing, at which time we will also be presenting the resolution with the amount in there. And so you'll recall from a previous conversation or presentation of the board that the amounts that we're looking at range between 5 million to 7.5 million. In that range, we have to arrive at a specific amount. And then that is the amount that is going to be filled into the resolution. From there, on that date as well, when we come to the board for the second public hearing, we can also take the call for election and the approval of the resolution at that time. Next, from there, we have to publish the record of the vote. From there, we have to submit the packet to the Auditor General for review. And then from there, we then will start to build the publicity pamphlet for the call for election. And in August, we'll be looking at receiving arguments for and against, and then drafting the publicity pamphlet again that needs to be reviewed by the Auditor General. And then in September, printing the publicity pamphlets. And then this will lead up to the election, depending on the call by the board, to take place at the November 4th election for this year. From which time, after the election that takes place, this would begin, again, depending on what we hear from the voters, this would be for the next fiscal year. And so the limitation would go into effect the next full following full fiscal year. It's a tongue twister. So again, the next public hearing to you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and the public will be taking place on February 20th. And I do want to again reiterate what's been said, that this does not have an impact on taxation. This is the limitation that we have on revenue. And so the annual budget process that the board goes through, that you'll be commencing on very shortly, culminates into the setting of the property tax rate, as well as other budgets. And so through the budget process, that's where the amount is set. At this time, however, as you've all indicated, the limitation that we have is on the ability to spend the funding through taxation and sales tax that we do receive from the community. And so those are needed in order for us to continue services. So again, this is again, appreciate all of your comments at this time, and Mr. Chair, would be appropriate for you to close the public hearing just for the record.
Okay, thank you. Unless there aren't any other comments by supervisors? No? Okay, just checking. At this time, there's no motion or action needed for this item. There will be a second public hearing on this board's meeting on February 20th. So this hearing is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you. Now we move on to item number 17, discussion update regarding state and or federal legislative and or administrative matters, including possible direction regarding boards and commissions supervisors will be on. And with that, I'll hand it over to our county manager.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I believe I'm gonna get some assistance from Lindsay on this item regarding boards and commissions. Is that correct, Lindsay? There she is.
That is correct, Steve. I've got it up on my screen.
Okay, go ahead and take it then. Thanks.
Thank you. And at this time, Gregory is traveling, so he's on the road heading to Phoenix. I told him I could stand in for him and share the screen. He gave me a couple notes. These documents are in your packet for the meeting. And what he's looking at specifically is board input and direction regarding membership on these committees of the supervisors. Specifically, Supervisor Hess has an interest in the NAMAC committee, and currently Supervisor Fowler sits on that committee. So there's a question as to whether Supervisor Hess will be on the NAMAC committee to represent the board. And then also Supervisor Horseman is currently an alternate for CPWAC, but that conflicts with the LPC meetings on Friday. So there's a question also if we can have Supervisor Hess sit as the alternate on the CPWAC committee.
If I may, Chair.
Yes, please, Supervisor Horseman.
I'm very disappointed because, you know, I have a very strong interest and advocacy with regards to water as one of our main issues in Coconino County and the state of Arizona. But it does conflict, and it doesn't sound like it's going to be changed. And so I know that Supervisor Hess is also very interested in this very important issue. And I would certainly be very pleased to have him take that alternate position. And I will continue my duties on behalf of Coconino County and this board for LPC. So I absolutely would appreciate Supervisor Hess taking on the responsibility of alternate. And I'm assuming Supervisor Hess and you, Chair, will keep me informed on what's going on with the Colorado Plateau Water Advisory Council. So thank you.
Yes, and before I call on Supervisor Hess, I just wanted to indicate that at the last meeting, we did have that discussion, and it was going to be too difficult to move the actual meeting. They did agree to move the executive meeting to after the general board meeting, so that way, if you were to attend, you could attend that after your other requirements. But that was before it was known that you would have an alternate. So we have an alternate to the alternate. And with that, I'll hand it over to Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Yeah, this is something that's near and dear to my heart. And just as you stated, it is hugely impactful to our county and our state. And this is something that I'm excited about getting involved. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for stepping down and letting me jump in there and helping everybody. So very cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me see where we at. Okay. Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Lindsay, did you, or maybe Adam, are you talking about I think you're referring to the NACO Veterans and Military Affairs Committee? If so, then you need to apply in July. So the July is when all the committees, the president of NACO will be emailing the information out on how to apply, and we can always help you to apply. So, and yeah, that and I think I've been forwarding you the meetings when we're having meetings, so that way you can always log in and you're part of the meeting. And so, yeah, just apply in July and you'll be able to get in.
Okay, I see Gregory is on. I'm not sure if it's the NACO one or if it's the Northern Arizona Military Affairs Committee. And if that's a state.
Hi, Lindsay, this is Gregory. It is the NAMAC committee.
What I was what I had recommend to Adam was that, I'm sorry, Gregory, was that Arizona Supervisor Matt Ryan, former supervisor, he was on the Arizona Military Affairs Committee. And I think maybe that's the one that Adam is interested in. I did mention that maybe he can fill that seat. I don't know the process. I think that's a governor's appointment. I know Greg is on, so he can probably explain how you get on that committee.
Gregory, go ahead.
Chair Vasquez, Superintendent is the NAMAC committee, which is the North Julie Pastrick through the Chamber of Commerce. And the Arizona Military Affairs Commission is a appointment by the governor. So we would need to reach out to see if that commission is fully staffed and or fully seated, if there's additional membership, and then work through the political process there to see about Supervisor Hess's member.
Gregory, you're cutting out. We can't hear you.
You went into the ditch.
Hoping.
I certainly hope not.
The questions, which is the local. So it's.
Excuse me, Gregory, you're cutting in and out. We can barely hear 1 out of 5 words that you're saying.
It isn't working.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think we have to. Gregory, it's okay. We'll take it on. So, Mr. Chair, I think we got the gist of it.
Sorry, I'm going to pull over here and see if you can hear. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm in camp.
He's in camp something. That's the good news.
He's almost down.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
He's camping.
So sorry about that. I was saying I'm in the middle of Camp Verde, so we really need some rural broadband, and I know the board's working on that. But NAMAC, it's the Northern Arizona Military Affairs Council, was the intent to have the discussion today, and that's the local Chamber of Commerce's group that coordinates with our installations around economic development and any policy changes that could impact their operations.
So from what it sounds like, that's a state appointed position.
That's the local appointed position through, it's not even an appointed position. It would just be the board designating who they would like to sit on that. This is Julie Pastrick's group. The Arizona Military Affairs Commission, which Supervisor Ryan was on under Governor Ducey, is an appointment by the governor. So if we were to look at that commission at the state level, we would need to work through Governor Hobbs's office to see if that commission is fully seated, if there might be room for Supervisor Hess to attend that and work with the governor's office. But again, that would be usually the governor's office reaching out to see about that. And given a change in governor, we don't have representation on that right now, but we could certainly reach out to see if there's an opportunity.
So what's before us today, Gregory?
The Northern Arizona Military Affairs Commission, which is Julie Pastrick's group that coordinates with Camp Navajo and the Naval Observatory through the Chamber of Commerce. So that would be before you today in terms of a local board direction on who you would like to represent you when those meetings get called. They're not scheduled regularly. They're scheduled when Executive Director Pastrick calls the meeting. And we haven't had one in quite a long time, but it's something that when it does get called, the board has traditionally had a member that would attend those meetings, and that was traditionally Supervisor Ryan.
Is Supervisor, but I guess the question is, because you have it listed here, it sounds like currently Supervisor Fowler is representing the board on that. Is that correct, or what?
Yes, so in December, that was what was brought before you for direction, and that is correct. It has been on your list when we had the conversation on December 21st. And Supervisor Fowler had indicated that she would be willing to do that in the interim, given that we would have a vacancy in District 3, so that we had full coverage. And so that would be we're looking for the board's direction to see if who you would like to have there. Supervisor Hess has expressed the desire to do that, given that Camp Navajo is in his district.
Supervisor Fowler's giving us a thumbs up. Do you have any problem with that, Supervisor Fowler? I mean, I want to respect you on that since currently you are our representative, so.
Oh, no, I think Adam, you'd be great. Supervisor Hess, you'd be great on that committee. So yes, please. And let's see if we can get you on the state as well. And then NACO, the July, those applications will be opening and you can get on there. So that would be very good. So thank you for stepping up already and taking on some load.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Hess.
I want to thank Supervisor Fowler, and I really want to thank Mr. Nelson for giving me this guidance on some of these to pick. In this year of just appointment, it's a tough one. I want to jump on all of them and help everywhere I can, but I don't want to get involved and have government appointments and all those things, and I need to focus on bigger things, as we all know. So no, thank you very much. Supervisor Fowler for letting me jump in there, and Supervisor Horseman for letting me get on these two and then get my feet wet as we talk and stepping up. That's my job here, and thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other legislative, federal, or state updates?
We do have, sorry, go ahead, County Manager Peru.
Yeah, there's another item on the boards and commissions. It's the attendance at the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act meetings. These are the meetings with Billy Francis. And to clarify, there is not a requirement in the WIOA statute or regulations, it's the Department of Labor, that requires a board seat representative. So, but however, since the board is interested and each of you have various levels of interest in workforce development, we need to coordinate who is going to be attending, because we have to be able to avoid a quorum conflict. And so, again, we just want to make sure from the board standpoint who the primary and the secondary rep to that board would be. If there's particular items of high interest, we can make sure that the agenda items or the agenda is passed through you all. And if there's something that you really want to attend, we just want to make sure we can coordinate so we do not have a quorum in attendance. So again, that's the discussion for today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then my question there would be, as of right now for that board, who has been attending regularly, and by adding Adam to the mix, how does that alter things?
Well, traditionally the chairs attended, the vice chair, and I know the Supervisor Fowler has also attended. She also sits on the Workforce Development NACO board, and so that's also an area of interest for her as well. And I don't want to speak for any of you, but please,
if I may.
Supervisor Horseman.
When I was chair, I certainly gave that to Supervisor Fowler. I know she's been very involved in that. And if she still wants to do that, I hope we will support Supervisor Fowler continuing with that board.
Supervisor Fowler, would you like to be our point person for our local WIA board?
Yes, I can continue in that position. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. And
I'm involved in various areas of workforce development. It just works out that way when you're working on economic development. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then also, I am interested in participating. However, I will defer to our vice chair. She's also interested. So I'll let her be our secondary point of contact, and I'd be willing to participate if either one of you is not able to go, then I'd be willing to participate as needed. So,
Very good.
all right. Thank you. Are there any other items on federal and legislative review? I know we're about to do a week in DC, so.
Yes, Chair Vasquez, board members, we'll be updating you individually. We've already sent some updates out. So in the interest of time and with everyone traveling, I'll defer the update for today, and we'll be reaching out to you as we travel. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Be safe out there. All right, item number 18, discussion and review of possible direction regarding the Board of Supervisors planning calendar. County Manager.
Mr. Chair, I think in the interest of time, we're going to defer this as well. We've got it all caught up. We've added all of the budget pieces to it. We've incorporated that into the planning calendar. We are having, of course, one of the items is a retreat with the board on the 23rd. We're going to be putting a draft agenda together for that day, which will include a portion of that day dedicated to our discussion on my performance review with the board. So again, that is on the planning calendar as well. So I will just stop there, but if there are any questions, I can certainly respond to any calendar questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members regarding the planning calendar? No? Okay, then we'll move on to looks like discussion update from County Manager regarding possible community regional administrative matters.
Mr. Chair, again, I've been providing the board a weekly update on Sundays, and so I will just fall back on my weekly report. But if there's anything else I can respond to or get more information on, I'll provide that to you. But I think the weekly report for this week covered most of the highlights, so I'll stop at that point.
Okay, thank you. And then that'll move us on to item 20, roundtable. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule leading into lunch, so I'd ask if we could have a roundtable light. I know there has been it's only been 2 weeks, but a lot of stuff have been happening. So would Supervisor Horstman, would you like to start us off?
I'll start out and I'll try to do this round table light, Chair. So
Please do. Thank you.
First and foremost, and I know this will be something that we'll be talking about as a board later on, is the whole opinion mine matter, which we've talked about a little bit. And as the board is aware, we have a long-standing record of opposing uranium mining on or in the proximity of Grand Canyon National Park, both because of the spiritual and cultural significance for indigenous tribes and nations who do have affiliation with the Grand Canyon, and also for environmental and health impacts and concerns, some of it which we have heard here today. With that, I've been also reaching out with the Havasupai tribe, who of course are at the base of the Grand Canyon, and whose main source of drinking is an aquifer right there by Pinyon Mine. And also the Grand Canyon Trust on going forward, given the current state with the Pinyon Mine and the potential hauling of mineral uranium ore through the various routes that we looked at during our last board meeting. On behalf of the board, I have reached out to Energy Fuels and I have asked for a mine tour. I have been told that when weather permits, they will in fact schedule a mine tour on behalf of Coconino County. So just wanted to give you an update with regards to that. And then secondly, and then I will stop here, even though I know there's a whole bunch more, and the rest of you will probably talk about some of the other events we attended the last couple weeks. But I did have an opportunity to join with Jay Smith and also Lucinda Andriani to meet with virtually with Undersecretary Wilkes and a number of stakeholders, including Region 3 Forest Service representatives from Cinema and Kelly's office, on the importance of maintaining the financial commitment to Fort Fry and to Coconino County for forest restoration. We, of course, are making a commitment both to Bill Williams Mountain for forest restoration in the Upper Rio. So that is going to be a major topic of conversation for all 4 of the board members that'll be going to Washington, D.C. and we'll be carrying that message of unity, that they continue their commitment to Coconino County and to the 4 Fry neighbors for forest restoration. A lot of other things happen, but those are the two biggies. And so I'll keep this light, Chair, and that is my update for now.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Next, let's go to District 3, Supervisor Hess.
Yes, I've been very busy. This has been a whirlwind, and it's been amazing. I've been loving it. This has been fast today, but yes, I continue to speak and meet with all the departments, and those meetings are going great. Everyone's been so supportive and very knowledgeable, and getting it to me in a way I can understand and how we can work together down the road. So that's been very good. I got to go to Williams a couple of times during this break or during the in between the meetings. I got to go with Jay Smith, the forester, and kind of get some knowledge on the forest out there. It's different than what we've got here in Flagstaff, and it's definitely different from what they have and their concerns. We had a HOA really brought up some concerns, and so on state land, so we don't have a dog in the fight really, but we listened to them and got to kind of get the feel on that. I went over there and looked at it so I can understand what they're looking at, and also if I get a chance to speak to the state representatives to push those concerns up. So both down and up on that one. Got to go there again, and I was lucky enough to get some seat time with former Supervisor Matt Ryan and get to see the areas that he knew very, very well. Got to meet the high country firefighters and go to their location and get what they're looking for. They're trying to get some money and trying to become an actual district. So good luck to them on that. They've got to go to the state and get that changed. So it's going to go on the ballot. Then I got to meet with the Forest Service over there in Kaibab. Got to get the briefing from them. Same with a lot of things we've already learned a lot, but it was good to do one-on-one and be able to ask those questions that I had concerns about. And then meeting with Parks and Rec, I got to go out there. I also got to meet my district representatives on the commission, both Brian and where is it? I got my notes here. Brian and Marie. So I got to meet them and understand their goals, their roles, and some of the history of what they've accomplished. And then big thing, I got to go with Chair Vasquez down to Phoenix and sit through the RTAC and understand that and get involved with understanding what that vibe is. I'm sure you'll talk more about that. That set me up to talk to the Military Affairs Committee for the House, and I got to give a testimony on House Bill 2548. So got my feet wet getting down near the Capitol and talking to the bigwigs, I guess, and pushing what we wanted. And I think I'm winning right now. I got 13 ayes. Not gonna rub that in or anything. Like Greg will let you know what that means. So that's all I've got for the quick down and dirty. There was a lot more that happened, and I just want to thank all the departments. I'm still meeting with a lot of them, and I want to thank all the supervisors for helping me out also. And then most importantly, the staff has been very helpful, making sure I get to these appointments, understand what I'm going to be doing with them, and sometimes asking me some of the questions I should get involved with. So everyone's been so helpful. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. Next, District 4, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I like the term that Hess, Supervisor Hess says, it's a whirlwind. It can be some days, but thank you. Okay, went to a meeting over at Mount Kopi. They invited us and we ended up going there. And the Department of Energy was doing a meeting there regarding the containment of the rare metals uranium site. So a long discussion was made. There were people in the community that made comments to that as to why it's not, cleaned up yet, and why and how much of is that going to affect the aquifer, and they were told that a lot of that is going to it's going down towards the area of their farmland, so in the Mokopi area. So that's one of the big things that came out of it, is that their Department of Energy is putting a plan together to get those the cleanups going again, because they said they put in some an item, I can't remember what it was called, but they said that it was to curtail of the progression of the things going into the aquifer, but those things have stalled and they're not working, and they're now wanting to replace them. So it was a long discussion, and so we went to that meeting at the Tuba City Mokopi Village. Actually, it's the Mokopi Village area, since that's under District 5. And so a lot of discussions were made, a lot of oppositions, a lot of the, issues that people are afraid of, why the cleanup hasn't been made, and why it's still sitting there after so many years, and nobody's really interested in the cleanup. And so they set their mind and things like that. So right after that, we for the Pinyon Mine, we let all our chapters and communities know about the Pinyon Mine efforts and what's going to happen, the routes that's going to be taken as presented by the Forest Service, and how. And so those were all done. So it seemed like it quickly involved a lot of involvement, from the people in the areas that we had informed, because and also they wanted to know where the county stood, and basically just advising them that there was a resolution that was passed by the county board of supervisors, and that pretty much opposing that. So we did that, and then on January 29th, the Best Friends Animal Society blessing ceremony was done. It's a new spay neuter mobile clinic that was held. It's a new resource to the local families of the area, whoever wants to bring their animals, cats and dogs, to the locations, and it's going to be a mobile. So it's going to be going from one area to the other, just to provide those services to the community. So we had Vice President Michelle, our Vice President there of the Knight Foundation. And then we also had Walter Phelps and some community members and then a lot of organizations. Flagstaff Humane Society was there. They're all part of these groups. And I just couldn't believe that the vast amount of people, nonprofit organizations that were involved in this whole effort, to get this bookmobile going, and the nonprofit organization that provide affordable animal care services to people in the area. So it was something. So so the Best Friends has got a lot of people that are involved, and at the end we did a tour of the mobile clinic, and it was a real nice area, to service the animals. So, and everybody spoke, anybody that was there introduced themselves, what they did, what their partnerships were, and then also thanking each other for making this event happen on that day. And of course, we did the ribbon cutting at the JoJo's place, and I had, as a vice chair, I had opportunity to speak regarding what are the dedication and all the efforts that were put in there, and just thanking everybody for being partners, and also, it's going to help the people, 44 families that are going to be off the streets, not living in the forest or whatever, to be housed there, once they are they are determined eligible. So it was nice, and we had different speakers there, and it was in the newspapers, and I thought that was a good publicity on behalf of the Coconino County, because we were also partner, and I did tell them that we put some money into it from our ARPA dollars, to make this effort a reality. Donny Park meeting, and we had attended the Donny Park meeting at the fire station, and just basically people making updates. And the biggest thing that came out of that was that the Horseman Lodge, as you know, we did the area plan, and there was this question about the Horseman Lodge area, as indigenous people coming in and, securing land in the areas and they want to build. And I guess the bottom line is they don't want a casino there. So that was one of the biggest, things that was brought up again that night. But other than that, just did our report as to what's going on, more dollars and the 89 quarter efforts that we're doing to help curtail, a lot of floods that are going to be happening, and that we're traveling again, to solicit more, dollars and, to help people out there in the communities. So that's basically, so a lot of talk was done regarding that. And so right now, we've reached out to the Twin Arrows CEO and for probably a little briefing, because it seems that every meeting we go to in that area, they're asking about Horseman Lodge. And I was basically told that it seemed that the board did not support or support it. So I'm just like, we did not support anything. There's probably a long process that has to go through to secure that Horseman Lodge, and they just want to know what's going to actually be there. So we do have a call in to see if we can get some information to kind of ease the minds of the people that live in that area, as far as in the Dolly Park and in that area. So Forest Lake community, we're starting to work with the communities and to start their cleanup for the cleanup days, and we're planning those schedules out right now, for because April is going to come around really fast, and we're just starting to get a head start. But otherwise, day-to-day operations, just emails, a lot of emails and scheduling coming, going, and also attending meetings and things like that. So I just want to say that's a short report of what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Next up, District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I just have several announcements that uranium. We went to Navajo Nation, met with the president, Kaibab, Forest Service supervisor and her staff, and we met with President Nygren and just provided an update to him and his staff. We're gonna at NACO, we're gonna have our National Association of Native County Leaders Association meeting on February 11th from 12 to 1:30. You're all invited. And we're putting the final whipped cream on top and cherry on top. So that's what we're doing. We're really excited because NACO has finally recognized our organization. We've been meeting for several years, and now we got it together. I want to just thank everyone for just internally, Sue and the finance team working with us on this, and it's been really amazing. So thank you, Steve. We started our tax service. It started on Monday, and this is a VITA tax, and it will go to April 30th. And so that's what we're doing now. And we have our calendar pretty much worked out. There's a few things we still have to do, and we now have our own Ethan number, and we're still working on our Zoom webinar that we're going to be doing, and we're trying to work with Heather from IRS, trying to put that whole program together. So that's what we're working on. Judge Maya Rodriguez from Page, we're going to be doing traveling court, just like we do with the Flagstaff Justice Court and this municipal court from Flagstaff. We've been talking about this. She was appointed, and now it's going to be happening. It'll be on the first one's going to be on March 4th, and the next one's going to be on March 3rd. So that's we scheduled that. And then our outdoor economic conference. I don't know what the real name's going to be, but we had a whole meeting, a really exciting meeting where everyone was so excited to learn that we're going to do this, and so happy that we got everybody together. And we scheduled a date. I said April, but everybody said April. So we scheduled it for October 7th and 9th. So we're going to do that, and it'll be in Page at Marriott, and we're going to be putting a whole program together. So really excited about that one. So careful of what you dream, your idea, it comes into being and actually greets you. And then we are continuing our trails. We just had a meeting with on the Trails Alliance and met with the Navajo Nation, the Parks and Recreation. So now we're gonna start mapping trails on Navajo. So we're working with the Navajo Nation on those trails, and our Parks and Recreation staff, they're working with our consultant on the website. I saw a glimpse of it. It looks really great. So I'm really excited about rolling that out. And of course, it will be one of the features at the conference. So we're working on that. And so we have several other things that are rolling through. We have, we're just really excited with all the partners that we work with on a daily basis. We have so many other projects that are not secured yet, and I can't give you dates and times on it. So I'm gonna be waiting on those, but these are the ones that are on the ongoing, and of course there's other things that are happening, but just really, really excited about all the projects that we're working on. So that'll be my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and now I'll give my report. The big thing for me was I've been focused on two areas. One is the uranium mining, just because that's picking up and we're getting a lot of input from the community about uranium mining. So looking at and working with our staff on how we can address areas that we as the county can actually have some influence or have some say in. We know that we're superseded by jurisdiction, so it is federal jurisdiction and state jurisdiction on state routes for transport, but we're looking into different ways that we can try to regulate or tie to a safety ordinance, or what are the different areas that we can actually have some impact and say. And then on top of that is advocating. You know, we have the platform as supervisors, and as we go to our state legislature, as we go to the feds, actually advocating about why we're in opposition to uranium mining and transport through our county. The other area that's been taking up a lot of my time has been testifying. So last week I went down to Phoenix twice, once with Adam for the RTAC Legislative Day, and we had the opportunity to have our RTAC meeting, which is Rural Transportation Advocacy Council meeting, of which I'm the Metro Plan representative for. And so we went down and had the opportunity to listen to several of our state legislators talk about transportation issues, and then have comments with them and promote our issues. In particular, I probably sound like a broken record, but I'm always advocating for Highway 89 drainage improvements, Lone Tree Overpass, and the Mountain Lion maintenance yard, all of which are part of the RTAC bill that's going through right now, which is House Bill 2412. So then on Wednesday, went down to Phoenix and testified on behalf of Coconino County and Metro Plan to support the RTAC bill 2412. It did get passed, and so is through committee, and so we'll be moving forward in that process. It is a rough year with the state budget, but at least this bill got through through committee and is now on the table for the discussions with the governor's budget. So hopefully we can get all of these projects in the governor's budget, and if not, let's try to get at least one or two of them in. You know, we're trying to push. So That's taken a lot of my time in the last couple weeks. Some other things of note, participated with Creative Flagstaff, with our managers team, Supervisor Horseman, City of Flagstaff and Creative Flagstaff, just to look at different ways that we can support arts in Coconino County, kind of reflect on what Creative Flagstaff does. And it was very useful that time. It gave me a better understanding of what they do and what the possibilities are. And I look forward to working with them moving forward. And did have the opportunity to go listen to some great music, Rumble on the Mountain. The main focus was uranium mining, so got to listen to several tribal members discuss how uranium mining impacts their lives and their families and their communities, and looking to network and just see how people can support each other in our communities. So I'll cut it at that and leave that as my my report. I really appreciate everybody's patience. I know we've gone a little bit over. We will reconvene at 1:15. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. In that case, unless anybody has anything else for the good of the order, we will we'll take a pause now for lunch and come back at 1:15. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Howdy, Chair and Vice Chair.
Hello. We're ready. I don't know about the rest of the team. We're 2 minutes early thanks to some prompting.
You know, I'm a little worried about Lena if she hasn't left yet. I mean, coming down, boy, so did you all. I mean, you were just right in front of us, but lots of wind and rain.
Yeah.
Oh.
We don't know. I went back to sleep on the way down.
Poor Corey, he was talking to us and we fell asleep. Both of us.
That's very funny because I was helping Lucinda drive. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it sounds like it's coming down pretty hard.
Yeah. So.
Hopefully these two items won't take too long.
Right. I have a 3 o'clock that I'm going to have to take. And talking with the trust. So, which I'll follow up with you on afterwards, Geronimo.
Yes, and I believe I have a 4 o'clock meeting. I don't know if you're part of that, but
I am, yes.
okay. So I'm sure we'll get the debrief then.
That's kind of why I thought it'd be good to do that. So
yeah.
Okay. But I am worried about if Supervisor Begay does anybody know I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, I know where Begay is, but as Supervisor Fowler, does anybody know where she is on the road?
Do not.
Sue, do you happen to know? She was
she said she was leaving immediately after the meeting, so I think she is still.
I think she said she was leaving after the meeting.
She's still in Tuba?
I believe so, from the last statement she made.
Ooh.
I'll check with her and see if she's changed her mind about that.
How's the weather?
It is snowing, large flakes, relatively dry. The streets are clear because the ground is warm. But it is.
I see it now, Adam. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's still passable.
Good. But the wind coming down, boy, we must have had 50-mile-per-hour winds coming down, down the mountain.
There were morning winds that were more significant. There is none right now.
Good.
Yeah, it's not sticking. Lindsay, can we pull Cynthia and Liz? And I'm not sure who else they're asking to be on the panel, but if we could pull them over, please.
All right.
I believe it's also Matthew Jewell, Lindsay, from DFFM.
So do we know if Supervisor Fowler is going to join us at this time, or should we wait a few minutes, or should we proceed forward with the meeting?
I'm reaching out to her right now, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can proceed. Liz, do we have anyone else that we need to pull over that you see on the attendee side?
Hi, good afternoon. I do see the two people. I see Paul Maynard and I saw Matthew Jewell a second ago, but I don't see him now.
He's there.
There, Liz.
Oh, is he there? My bad. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. Hello, Matthew, and hello, Paul. Thank you both for joining us. I did give Lorianne Barnett's name to Lindsay, so if she needs to be promoted, she can be.
Perfect.
And are you hearing feedback from me? Am I good?
You're okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, we're ready.
All right. In that case, we'll go ahead and bring this meeting to order. It's a continuation. We're on item 21, presentation, discussion, and possible direction to proceed with negotiations that would result in Coconino County holding the Bull Basin Forest Conservation easement in perpetuity and receive the public benefit of conservation and stewardship of a property with high ecological and natural resource value, and where the county's only obligation is to annually evaluate the property, ensuring compliance with the terms of the easement. And with that, I'll pass it over to our Parks and Rec. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and members of the board. My name is Liz Krug, and I'm the Assistant Director with Coconino County Parks and Recreation. And today I'm here with Matthew Jewell, who is the Forest Legacy Program Manager with the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, and Paul Maynard, a consultant working with a landowner and these government departments on this project, the Bull Basin Forest Conservation Easement. And if that's okay, I can share my screen.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And in this case, I think I need to share my screen in such a way that it is.
It's showing, it's not yet in slideshow mode, Liz.
Correct. It is not in slideshow mode, is it?
There you go, Liz. Yep, just hit that button that you were down there. Yep.
Great. Thank you so much. And that's good? Okay.
That is.
Thank you. So today we will be discussing the Bull Basin Forest Conservation Easement. We will have a project summary, and we will talk about conservation easements and the public benefit of conservation easements in this parcel specifically, the impact for Coconino County, and then the timeline and requested action on this particular project. And with that, I'm actually going to pass it over to Matthew and Paul to start off with the project summary.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Matthew, should I take the project summary?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I can't see the screen still, but that's okay.
Okay, I can see it on my screen, so it might just take a minute, but I'll go ahead, Matthew, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Paul Maynard. As Liz mentioned, I'm working with the landowner. I've been working with the state of Arizona for the last 4 years on this conservation project. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about the property itself, the why and the what, why we're seeking to conserve this property, why it's significant, and specifically why it's significant for the county. I'll walk us through a couple of maps and then turn it back over to Matthew, and he'll talk about the mechanism, which is the Forest Legacy Conservation Easement. So with that, the project we're talking about, and the one we're referring to, Bull Basin, is 160 acres of private property. It's an inholding, which means it's a small pocket of private land entirely surrounded by the Kaibab National Forest. And this is a property where the landowner has been cooperating with the state on various fire mitigation projects over the years, and also just general forest health projects. But ultimately, they want to conserve the property in perpetuity. So we started looking at this idea of a forest legacy conservation easement. We'll talk a little bit about a conservation easement and also the forest legacy funding, but the outcome would be conservation on this property in perpetuity, which would confer public benefits, and then also, fulfill the landowner's wish to see the property conserved and not further developed. So next slide, Liz, please. So here's a map of the subject property. You can see Bull Basin, the 160-acre inholding, outlined in red. And you can also see that the property itself has already been subdivided. This happened prior to the current owner's time with the property. And so this is a case where you could easily imagine, a small subdivision here in the middle of the forest, just north of the Kendrick Mountain Wilderness area. And some of the public benefits that I mentioned, and Matthew will elaborate on, is you can also see on the map that it's in close proximity to some Forest Service trails. There's the Pumpkin Trail, the Bull Basin Trail, and the Kendrick Peak and Connector Trail. And so the way the topography sits is, as the name would suggest, it sits in a basin. So for people that are enjoying the forest or one of these trails, development on this property would be not only visible, but it would be conspicuous. And so that's one of the public benefits, is just preserving the relatively natural surroundings and the view shed. Next slide, please, Liz. Here's a close-up with some aerial imagery, and you can see how closely one of the public trails goes across the property. Another thing to note on the property is it has significant natural resources. So in addition to a healthy stands of ponderosa pine, it has a lot of water. So there are these wet meadows and other things that are important for wildlife. And that's, of course, another public benefit and reason why we're conserving the property. So next slide, please. And I'm going to turn it over to Matthew. As I said, we're looking at the Forest Legacy Program as the specific funding source to conserve this property. So go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, still can't see the screen, but that's okay. I'll just run with it. Don't know what's going on my computer here. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so the Forest Legacy Program, it came up, it's actually a solution, you know, back in the 1990s, the day that, or the year that this program came out. And I won't nerd out and get too far into it, but in a nutshell, you know, the program is administered and funded through the Forest Service in partnership with us at the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management. It's a voluntary program where the landowner comes to, you know, the Forest Service and or the state and, you know, wanting to protect their privately owned forest through a conservation easement or a land purchase agreement. And so next slide, I guess we'll talk about kind of, well, what is a conservation easement? And I'll come from the angle of the legacy conservation easement. But basically, I'll just give you a definition. A conservation easement is, you know, it's a voluntary legal agreement between a landowner and a government entity or entities in this case, where it permanently limits certain land use, i.e. Development, large-scale agriculture practices, to protect conservation values, such as, you know, safe and clean drinking water, habitat, public access, these kind of things. You know, the landowner retains the rights to the property. They can sell it, they can pass it on to heirs, and use the land as long as it's consistent with those values within the deed of conservation easement. So this is a document that is recorded at title. So when this conservation easement closes at title, it's recorded, right? And monitored, you know, by the holder, you know, in partnership with us at the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management. We're monitoring and ensuring that, you know, those conservation values are protected over time. Believe next slide.
Okay, go ahead.
So specifically, and it's kind of hard, I don't have the slides in front of me, but specifically this program is meant to protect forested acres, right? Hence the name. So you know, we're protecting not only forests that matter on our scale, like a county scale or state scale, but this is a nationally significant inholding that has been identified, and it's gone through 3 layers. You know, it's gone through a state review, it's gone through a Western review on the Forest Service, and then it got up to national panel, and decided that it's worthy of funding. And I think I'll get into a little bit. Well, I can talk about that now. But so with these, it was funded through the Inflation Reduction Act, which comes right out of the president's budget for this. And I don't have the map in front of me, but the idea is it has to show nationally significant public benefits, right? So we're protecting, if you look at the map, you know, it sits kind of on the top of a watershed there at the apex of a watershed, and it's protecting, you know, clean drinking water for communities down the hill, such as the greater Williams area, which is identified on the climate justice and environmental screening tool that as a disadvantaged community. specifically for fire protection and for clean drinking water. So there is a national significance to this, as well as a state and a county benefit that I'll talk about later. Go ahead and go with the next slide. Actually, I realized I missed something. Coconino County does hold notable easements, including a Cedar Springs 630-acre forest legacy property. And I do coordinate with your staff already about doing the annual monitoring, and which is an annual site visit and then a report written to me, and then I take that report and keep track of the paperwork and stuff like that. So next, I don't know, are you on the consistent with planning slide?
Yes, Matthew, I'm on the consistent with planning.
Okay. As you can see listed there, there's, the Coconino County Parks and Recreational Master Plan, the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan, the Conservation Strategy, the Kaibab National Forest Management Plan, the FORFRI, and then the Greater Williams CWPP is how we refer to them as. That's just the acronym. So I'll just speak directly to, right now the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. In the plan, in Objective 3.6, it calls out that the county is to acquire some high value land for conservation identified and work with partners in preservation areas with high scenic, ecological, and other values for natural resources throughout the country, or the county, sorry. And as you can imagine, and as we kind of talked about, it hits all those on a county level. Also in the comprehensive plan, it speaks to conserving high valued wildlife area and their habitats and movement. And as Paul pointed out, it's a basin, so it's a seasonally wet basin. So it collects a lot of snow melt, and then in some of those summer months, depending on the snow we get, it's a pretty significant area for notable herds of elk and deer and other wildlife to utilize as a drinking water and a refugia for wildlife. As Paul noted, we're improving forest land, and we're making healthy forests and fire resilient landscapes. In the past, this landowner has hosted an anchor point to fight fires on that property. She's done recent thinning work, not only with us at the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, but that collaborative was also with the Natural Resource Conservation Services, and noted as a forest stand improvement project and fuels mitigation kind of project, where they treated 88 acres for fuels reduction, but also forest health. And I personally was out there marking it, and we are creating inner space. We are creating a mixed generational stand, so protecting against fire and, any, bark beetle infestations. So we're covering that. It also points out in the Coconino Comprehensive Plan that we're collaborating with, other county staff, but state staff, other federal staff, local government staff, which this is a clear example of doing just that. Also a big part of it is ensuring that, we're conserving open space, where the county's working with private landowners to specifically pointing out that the purpose is to maintain scenic view sheds, like we talked about, preventing fragmentation, preserving important wildlife habitat, conserving working lands, and then protecting watersheds, right? And this sets the apex of a watershed that provides clean water and pristine wildlife habitat. It also touches upon the Kaibab National Forest Plan, which is pretty consistent with the Coconino Comprehensive Plan. Protecting watersheds, wetlands, T&E habitat, or threatened and endangered habitat, I should say, which there's documented Mexican spotted owl, 3 miles on the Kaibab property in northern Goshawk. Yeah, and then this property, it's enrolled in this program, and part of that is it has to have what's called a forest stewardship plan, where that work that was done is documented in this plan, and I get a notification, or the district forester gets a notification saying, hey, we got to re-engage with that landowner to see if we're going to rethin that property, or if we have to do some erosion control, or anything that we need to do on that property is within that forest stewardship plan. Anyway, I think next slide, please.
Oh, the next slide, Matthew, is the Coconino County impact. So I can take that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hope that what Paul and Matthew talked about gives you a sense of the how this parcel really aligns with the planning efforts that are out there underway by our county or by the Forest Service, and then the public benefits that would be achieved by it. What would be the Coconino County impact on personnel and staff? So our department does already do this with several other conservation easements. And with this one, we would have to do an annual site visit to the parcel to make sure that it is being complied with as to the terms of the conservation easement. We would have to be writing an annual report to the Forest Service and the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. And the county would hold the conservation easement in perpetuity. As Matthew said, the parcel could be sold, but the easement would be a part of that sale if that were to happen. But the land would remain in private ownership, and it is, while the benefits certainly are very public in nature to be achieved, the land would not be open for general public access, but would remain in private ownership. And the impact really is all the conservation values achieved that Matthew talked about in all the plans that he referenced. And the last bullet on this particular slide is something that our legislative team is tracking. It's an introduced bill, House Bill 2021, with language that states the owner of a conservation easement shall make an annual payments of monies in lieu of taxes on the reduction of value of the original parcel caused by the placement of the conservation easement. So again, this is just an introduced bill. It certainly isn't one that has been voted on yet at this time. But the entities that do take on these conservation easements, such as Coconino County, it's because the easements really align with their open space, recreation, and natural resource values and planning efforts, as I hope we've illustrated. And should this bill pass, this bill could impart a financial impact on land trusts, nonprofits, and government entities who are asked to hold conservation easements. So we just wanted to alert you to that. The next slide, which is next steps in project timeline. So with today's presentation, should we receive the Board of Supervisors direction to move forward, the timeline is that between now and June, appraisal and appraisal review would have to happen on the parcel. Between March and July, any due diligence planning efforts, things like minerals evaluation, phase 1 environmental site assessment, and title review. In August, that is the anticipated timeline for a final review and approval for escrow, with a September 2024 expectation of closing if this were to move forward. And given this timeline, if we were to get that direction to move forward again in this, September would be the time that a final conservation easement document would be presented to Coconino County at that time for for adoption consideration. And so in summary, I just wanted to point out that our department did provide this project information via email, and we met with one supervisor in December of 2023. Our department presented this information to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Commission 2 times, October 2023 and January 2024. They had clarification questions, and they recommended approval of the county holding the conservation easement. And today we are seeking direction from the Board of Supervisors to proceed with negotiations for Coconino County to hold the conservation easement. And that wraps up our presentation. I just want to thank Matthew and Paul for presenting and providing that context. Matthew and Paul, before we wrap up, was there any other additional information you wanted to state before we get into the questions?
Yeah, I did realize I did leave this out, but Arizona revised statute states that, you know, us at DFFM, we are unable to be an easement holder because we can't hold land within the state of Arizona. So that's why the big ask is, asking for you guys to hold the easement. I realized I forgot to say that earlier, but yeah, let's open it up to questions.
Thank you, Matthew, for that clarification. And unless there's anything else, I think we're ready for any questions you may have.
Are there any questions or comments from members of the board? Supervisor Horstman.
Just one, I do have some comments, but before we get there, just my question is, I'm assuming that this is in District 3, is that correct?
District 1.
It's in my district?
In your district.
Okay, is this one we talked about some time ago?
Well, we did present the information in email, and we offered the opportunity to discuss and ask questions.
All right, good. So that's because I remember it's been a while. So I was like, it's just now coming. That's good. So good. Thank you.
Okay, you bet.
I will, after questions, I will make some comments.
Okay, are there any other questions by supervisors? Okay, so I guess my comment or my question is, if we move forward with this and the county assumes this responsibility, that would mean that we would it would remain as a conservation space, would it, and it would be open to the public to use that space, or would that space be closed to the public?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Vasquez. So this is a private parcel, and the conservation easement would be on it, but it is not anticipated that it would be open for the public use. So the public benefits that would be achieved are of the wildlife migration corridors, the water quality that we mentioned, and the forest management. And it's a private parcel, and so they are not looking to open it up to the public.
Okay, and the public access to that space would be the trail that you showed that's just on the outside of the property line, so the public would actually get the views, they just wouldn't actually be able to access the land itself.
That is correct, Chair Vasquez. So the parcel is adjacent to those particular trails that are public accessed, but yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from supervisors? Supervisor Hess.
Yeah, good afternoon. Looking at the funding history, can you explain what part of the 2.5 million, how's that work?
Supervisor Hess, that's a great question. That is a funding question that I might ask Matthew, Jewel, or Paul Maynard to answer, because this is funding that is from the Forest Legacy Program.
Matthew, would you like me to take that?
Sure, yeah, I can. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so as Matthew mentioned, this is a national program, and we threw our hat in the ring for funding, and we're fortunate to have an obligation for funding. But as Liz mentioned, one of our first steps going forward, should the Board of Supervisors give us the go-ahead, would be to do what's called a Yellow Book appraisal. That's a federal standard Department of Justice appraisal. And they would basically determine how much compensation the landowner would get for the conservation easement, or in other words, giving up the rights through the conservation easement. So not to develop, not to subdivide, so forth. And the way they do that specifically is called the before and after approach. A qualified appraiser would look at what the full market value is of the property today without any restrictions, and then the difference between that and what the value would be with the conservation easement on it. And typically the conservation easement interest is about 70% of the overall fair market value. So I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but suffice it to say that we have an obligation for funding, but the specific amount that will go to this project will be determined by an appraisal, which again will be reviewed by the Forest Service.
Go ahead, Matt.
All right, are there any other questions? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and it's more just, in terms of comments on this. And just again, for, the record, and to kind of take us through here, this is obviously a 160-acre private property parcel, of which the private property owners will continue to own it, or at least have private ownership of it, but would be basically giving up certain property use rights to meet the conservation program and conservation goals, if you will. So to me, and taking a look at the information being presented, I certainly do support this. It meets the plans set forth in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. The county comprehensive plan conserves open space, view sheds, wildlife corridors, and does provide the public benefit that is necessary for these conservation easements. And at this particular point, I would recommend to the board that we do give direction to go forward on negotiation for this conservation easement for the Bull Basin Forest Conservation in perpetuity, because it does meet the requirements of our plans and does meet the public benefit of conservation that's been outlined here.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from supervisors? Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation and putting this together. Putting a conservation land into trust or land to preserve for future generations, it takes a lot of manuring, a lot of partnership, and just trying to figure out how this will be done. Sometimes it takes a lot of years just to get to this point. So I just want to acknowledge the staff for working on this, and to the rancher, the landowners, and then the Forest Service and others that have been involved in this. This is a continued county initiative of land conservation. We started that years back, and here we are, another one. So I'm just really pleased with this. So I just want to thank each and every one of you and all the Parks and Recreation Commission and others that have been involved. So I just want to thank you for it, and I totally support this. It's just right in line with our just the initiative that we had and support here. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions at this time? In that case, I'll just chime in and say I also support moving forward. I like the idea of us creating this conservation easement, and the fact that the view shed will be available to the public, but it protects the land from future development. And that's definitely something that's in line with our comprehensive plan moving forward, and would like to see this move forward as presented. So thank you.
Support it.
Well, thank you very much, all of you. We really appreciate the direction and your support. And I think Matthew and Paul, if there's anything else, just thank you both for your time for working through this and presenting it to the Board of Supervisors. And please let us know as we move forward what our next steps are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
No, thank you all. Yep. Looking forward to working with you all. Appreciate it.
Likewise. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you. All right, now we're at item 22, presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding Parks and Recreation's new memorial recognition program and proposed fees, which are intended to recover the costs of the program and comply with the department's cost recovery policy. Again, we'll pass it on to Parks and Rec Assistant Director Liz Krug.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. I'm going to share my screen once again. See if I can do that. And I hope you can see my screen. It's a PowerPoint presentation. Parks and Recreation. Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Liz Krug. I'm the Assistant Director of Coconino County Parks and Recreation. And today I'm going to be discussing the Parks and Recreation Memorial Recognition Program and proposed fees. I'll be presenting the purpose of the program, the structure and implementation of the program, and the proposed fee schedule, how we came about to that proposed fee schedule, and the fee schedule that we are in fact proposing. And then next steps, and then any questions. So the program's purpose, why are we bringing this forward to you? So occasionally Parks and Recreation does receive memorial requests from the general public on county-owned and county-managed parks and natural areas. And in putting together this program, we really are striving to balance the public and private nature of memorials that are in a park setting. And also putting this program together, we really want this program to be long-term successful. So that really shaped how we developed this program. We want to be responsive to donor needs and while taking into consideration our department's mission and operations. And we want them to enhance a park and natural area. And just of note, we acknowledge this does not address any naming of park facilities or features. Again, with this program structure, we want it to be a consistent design that it represented the aesthetics, durability, that longevity, the surfacing, which means what it is installed on, and then how it's installed. We didn't want any memorials to negatively impact the parks and natural areas infrastructures or its natural resources and open spaces. We didn't want it to negatively impact the quality of our scenic or recreational space. And we also wanted to make sure they were able to be maintained. The fact is, Coconino County, we have 6 county parks and 2 natural areas. So we wanted to be something, again, that is consistent in design while addressing all of these considerations I just mentioned. So we also want, again, I mentioned that whole private and public aspect. So these are private memorials, but also placed in a public setting. So in essence, they become part of the public space. And so they should be, we should put this in place that is sensitive to and accessible to park users. So something that can actually perhaps utilize an existing or natural way to access or approach the memorial recognition and not create new or unnecessary user trails, for example. We wanted to be sensitive to design standards within our department and sensitive to long-term maintenance needs and costs. In looking at the program implementation, I mentioned the consistent design. A memorial recognition in this case would be 1 bench and 1 plaque. For aesthetics and durability, we looking that it would be metal bench and metal plaque that would have likely a 10-year longevity associated with it. And we would be looking at a predetermined number in place within the parks and natural areas. Again, something where they would complement the natural surroundings and features, and that staff could install them and maintain them over those 10 years, and that the public could, in fact, access and enjoy them. So we wouldn't want to, for example, we want them to overwhelm a site. We have parks and natural areas that have different acreage in the county. For example, Archuleta County Park is 2 acres, but Fort Hill County Park is 660 acres, for example. And we wouldn't want a memorial recognition to be in an inappropriate place, for example, like in the middle of a wetland. So, and in thinking about the implementation too, Parks and Recreation staff researched other Parks and Recreation agencies that have memorial programs, and we gathered information and best practices. And for example, we heard from Pima County that they remove or discard any mementos and keepsakes left behind on benches because benches are considered a park amenity. So those are the types of things we had to think about when putting this together. Continuing on with program implementation, I've mentioned 10 years. And the reason why we're looking at that is, as with any amenity in the outdoor elements, we recognize that memorial recognitions will have a certain longevity associated with them, and that regardless of continued maintenance, will degrade over time and may degrade faster than expected. So we are looking at this as a 10-year 10-year placement for these memorial recognitions. And after that, we would decommission the memorial after 10 years, or when it is unsightly or no longer safe to enjoy, whichever is first. Thinking that some people might want to have these memorial recognitions afterwards, we'd want to allow time for people to be able to retrieve them if they wanted it. And if they didn't, we could dispose of them or repurpose them. But we do anticipate the program being popular. For example, when we did look at other Parks and Recreation agencies about their programs, they're very popular and they maintain wait lists. So we would anticipate doing a wait list. And then one person whose time of 10 years has gone past, they may reapply, for example, and be put on that wait list, and the approved fee range would apply. But if the memorial recognition, the current one, are in good and safe conditions, those could be reused, for example. So the next slide is determining the fee schedule. And so in looking and putting together a fee schedule for you to review today, we looked at the Board of Supervisors adopted department cost recovery and fee policy that was adopted in 2013 and that the board reviewed in 2020. So we are looking for the donor to cover the costs of all necessary materials, installation, project management, administration, and maintenance costs, and also site-dependent costs. So I'm going to talk about those in just a minute. And we would be seeking a 125% cost recovery because we feel that this program aligns with a highly individual benefit. So this next slide that you see before you is how we determined the proposed fee schedule. And you'll see from this that there is a minimum and maximum range. And in doing that, we did this because, for example, the cost of materials, especially the costs have increased over these last few years, especially with the cost of inflation, for example. So that's why you'll see a range of a minimum and a maximum. And that is also, for example, with the cost of associated infrastructure, because again, in thinking of how the parks and natural areas are all different, it is very location dependent on how much it would cost to put a memorial recognition, again, one bench and one plaque in one particular area. So it could be that we may have to pour more cement in one placement versus another. So that's why those are a different range right there. And then the next one is where we look at staff time and construction. We estimated it would be anywhere between 3 and 10 hours, for example, to install these. Again, it's very site dependent. So that's why the range varies. But the consistent pricing, as you see right here, is, for example, staff time in administration, staff time in operations and maintenance, not the construction part, and then the staff increases in the administrative salary or O&M salary over that 10-year time. And so one of the things I'll point out too is that within this, again, determining the proposed fee schedule, while we are projecting, again, a 10-year cost recovery, the 97% of these fees are really the upfront costs, and 3% of the fees are really those 10-year costs, which is the staff increases in the admin salary or O&M salary over 10 years. And if we look at the bottom line, which is the total with cost recovery, 125%, the cost difference between 100% cost recovery and 125% cost recovery, the minimum is $603 and the maximum is $1,256. And then this right here is the proposed fee schedule that we are looking at for this particular program. Again, this proposed fee schedule, the range accommodates a 10-year administrative maintenance and operation where we recover 100% of the costs plus a 25% cost recovery because of the highly individualized benefit of this particular program. And in summary, well, I have a couple more slides up, but in summary, we sent these materials for review. And then also in January, we did present this information to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Commission. They did have clarification questions, and they did recommend approval of the program and the proposed fees. And so a couple things I also wanted to mention is this department, we may not need additional benches at the spaces we manage, but we acknowledge that parks and recreation sites serve multiple purposes, both on the community level and the individual level. And we feel that this program really offers opportunities for that quiet personal reflection and enhancement of parks and natural areas while honoring a loved one. And so depending on your direction from today's presentation, we would seek direction to move forward and start the 60-day public input process for the fees. After that 60 days concludes, we would come back to the Board of Supervisors and seek adoption of the fees and program, which would be approximately April of 2024. And then if that were approved, we would then promote and implement the program. And with that, I'll conclude and ask if there's any questions or comments.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I did have a question just to start off. I'm trying to visualize what some of these memorials would be like. So are we talking like maybe a bench with someone's plaque on it, or are we talking like just flower? Like what exactly kind of memorials are we talking about?
You bet. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. So we are looking at a memorial recognition is one metal bench and one metal plaque, where the metal plaque is affixed to the metal bench. And then underneath the metal bench, depending on the site location, there might be cement underneath it, or if it's next to a natural trail, a naturally surfaced trail, that natural surface like decomposed granite or something like that.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question I have is, you said it has a 10-year lifespan. At the end of the 10 years, will the community member or those family members, should they choose, be able to extend it another 10 years?
Supervisor Vasquez, that is correct. If they choose to, they could reapply, and and if we have a wait list, if we have people on an already established wait list, we would offer it to the people on the wait list first. And the reason why that thought is because in looking at the other parks and recreation agencies that do a program such as this, the feedback is these programs seem to be very popular, so we anticipate a wait list.
Okay, and then my final question is, for these memorials, is there any of our county parks, are you going to have designated locations where these memorials can be placed, or is it more up to the person trying to do the memorial asking and applying for a certain space on a park space?
Yeah, great question, Supervisor Vasquez. So we, again, in talking, in researching this with how other departments do it, we feel the most successful approach would be that we designated spaces in advance and then have conversations with the person, the family, the donors, I'll call that person, to work with them for the best location. So we anticipate kind of doing a bit of both, like identifying spaces in advance. And if somebody does have a suggestion as another location, we would consider that. But we recognize there's just some spaces we wouldn't want to, like, again, for example, in the middle of a wetland.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and you asked some, I wanted to follow up on some of your questions, Chair. You know, I understand that there could be a wait list, but I guess my question is, and something that I would suggest we consider is that the family that put that memorial out in the first place, when that 10 years is up, rather than having them to go back to the wait list, and they may or may not ever get back to the top again, I would think that it might be appropriate to offer it back for another 10 years for the family. I think of the similar memorial bench memorials that they have at the Francis Short Duck Pond with the city of Flagstaff has. And I know that some friends and I went together for someone who passed and purchased a bench and a little plaque. And, it would be nice to think that it would be there for longer than 10 years. And so something just to consider. And then secondly, also kind of keying off to what the chair said, is designating the space in advance. It sounds like what you're doing is you aren't saying, hey, we're going to put, making this up, we're going to put 5 benches here in this park. And if you want to buy one of those benches, we'll talk to you about where its location is. As compared to like what they do at Francis Short, benches are there, they're installed basically, and people purchase the memorial on them. And I guess yours is talking about the former. It's basically, you'll have memorial bunches available at various sites, and then where it will actually be placed will be determined with the family. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. So what we are looking at is to actually pre-identify the location.
Okay.
So for example, we would be looking at that, but if someone were to say, what about this space? We would look at that and consider that as well, but we really would be looking at to pre-identify the space.
But I mean, that makes more sense to me. And the other, Liz, is there any reason that we could not consider making a offer for a family to extend by another 10 years and have that family have priority to extend that?
Well, you mentioned that your first point was to consider the family goes at the top of the list. We were thinking that, again, this might be popular. We don't know until we were to roll it out if it would be as popular as other Parks and Recreation departments see it. But we were looking at it from perhaps if opening it up that additional people would be looking to honor their loved ones because there's only a certain number available.
Right. And I get that. It's just that, it may be something very, very specific and very important for this family who did this in the first place. Maybe one renewal, another 10-year renewal, I would think would be appropriate, I have to tell you. And I'm sure, I think it's going to be popular. I think it's a good idea. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness on this and bringing this to us. And I look forward to I'm sure getting the public comments from folks. I appreciate the fact that our Parks and Rec Commission also has approved this program. That was another question I was going to ask, but you already brought that up. And I think that's important to hear. Our commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, is also approving this to go forward. I think it's a great idea. Your fee proposal seems totally appropriate and consistent with our 125% cost recovery. And I would just suggest, however, I personally believe that whoever went there and did the tenure, that family be given an opportunity for another tenure. Because sometimes these are very, very important for the family and important memorial, and 10 years goes by quick. And it might be a 20-year memorial, if you will, might be more appropriate and maybe would cover, for example, the families, children, and, be more consistent with a little longer lasting memorial.
Well,
Yeah, and
thank
if
you
I
for those suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just add to that comment. So my grandfather passed when I was 13 years old, and my family and his students were able to get him a bench in Golden Gate Park. And to this day, we still go to that bench to go see his plaque. Every time I go to San Francisco, I go visit it, and he's passed over 30 years now. So that's why when you say a 10-year, like, to me, that's kind of short, because I would hate for my grandfather's bench to term out after 10 years, So I just want to throw that out there, and I really like the idea. I like the opportunity to give families the opportunity to memorialize folks, especially in parks or spaces of ours that were special to them in their lifetime. And my only fear is that 10 years might not be enough.
I agree.
Sure.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you, Liz, and your crew, whoever worked on this project here, and the presentation. Thank you so much. I know that the donors are to cover costs of all the materials, installation, the management, project management, administration, and maintenance of the area. So as you see the proposed fee schedule, it does really just talk about the staff time and the staff hours that are going to be worked. So, and then the other thing is the cost. So with your fee schedule from min to max, the cost of the bench and plaque at $1,359, is that going to increase like from year to year to maybe go towards the max, or how are you going to work that? The other thing is that I think, I agree with my colleagues here on this, as far as the memorialize in the area that they're going to be having the bench and the plaque at. I think, 10 years is something that would be, I wouldn't want to go with that myself, because I would like to see someone in my family, if they were to be there and had purchased or had paid for that spot, then, not just for 10 years, because it's just going to come and go. It's going to come and go, and that's it. And the number of years, months just fly by, and, we don't want them to, maybe the way to do this is probably to give them a heads up about a year before and tell them, are you still interested? And if you are, then, these are, and then just share the information with them. But so that, and to put them back on the wait list, I don't think, to me, that wouldn't, I wouldn't want to go with that either, if I was a family member doing that. So, but all in all, I'm thankful and for you putting this together with your team, and then presenting it to to us as board of supervisors for consideration. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Big A. I'll answer your first question. I think you asked how would the cost changes with, for example, the bench and plaque happen over the course of time. So that is why we put in a minimum and maximum, and because we feel that given the past experience over the last few years, especially where the cost increases have happened with cost of goods and services, it's really goods that we've experienced with construction, for example, we feel that this range of minimum maximum would accommodate any increase in cost. But to be clear, the actual cost would be passed on to the person, just as that heads up. So thank you.
And one more question. I think the cost of the infrastructure also is the same, right? As if we get more and more spaces, then those costs would be taken through from minimum to max?
So Supervisor Begay, the in that slide determining proposed fee schedule, the cost of associated infrastructure is we feel very site dependent. So yes, the cost could certainly increase over time. Like for example, the cost of concrete could increase over time, but really we feel the range of minimum and maximum is really dependent on the site. So one site might be a very cost efficient site to put in a bench, for example, where another site might require just more intensive ground preparation and concrete pouring and just concrete period, for example. So that's what those mean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess.
Yes, thank you. I agree with all my colleagues. This is a very interesting and a very noble thing to start. You know, people want to get out there and enjoy seeing where they've put a memorial up, and so it ties them in with the Parks and Rec, and I think that's a very cool step towards that. My questions are: have we thought about payment plans or grants possible? I mean, not everybody's got the upwards of $6,000 to pay for a memorial. Is there grant scholarships, something like that? I know we've looked into some of those things. And then, yeah, like I said, a payment plan. Is there a way that we're going to do that, or that, hey, one and done? And I know you probably don't have that answer right now. It's probably something maybe you can come back to us with.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. I don't know that I do have that answer right now, but I will say in terms of the fee, the proposed fee, excuse me, that we presented to you, we have not approached our Friends of Coconino County Parks nonprofit support organization at this time, but that could be one avenue to see if our Friends of Coconino County Parks could be open for helping to find funding solutions. But we have not explored that with them at this time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments by board members?
I just want to say, Chair, I'm sorry.
Sure, begin.
Maybe that way we can give raises to the admin and OMM staff.
Do the fee memorial fees.
The fees.
Supervisor Fowler, you just came on. Did you want to say something?
Well, I think this is a very interesting proposal, and I agree with the what was been said. I was just what Adam just brought up, and that was what I was wondering. What about people that can't afford? How can we be more inclusive? And then just the process of we get more than 10 applications or more than one, or I don't know what the process will be to choose them also. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I support it though.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as you can see, I think we're all in agreement that we support this project. Just like to tease it out a little bit. One, what is the process to select who gets a bench if we do get upsurge in folks applying? And then two, is there the possibility of like a payment plan, like you got to put 50% down and then over the years pay another piece? So maybe some clarification on what that would look like. But I would agree with my colleagues. I think this is an exciting program, an exciting opportunity for our constituents and our community to really honor their loved ones in some of our county parks and facilities. So it's exciting stuff.
Grant opportunities.
Yeah, and also if we could look for grant opportunities or ways that we can help honor folks and help pay for the memorial.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all your feedback, and we'll regroup on some of the things that you just mentioned. And I think so, just so I'm clear, we have direction to you. We're going to start the 60-day public input process for fees, and then we'll anticipate coming back with you, seeking adoption of those fees and program in a few after that time frame.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is there anything else for the good of the order?
Chairman, completes our agenda.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate the meeting, short and concise. Please be safe out there with the weather, and those of you traveling to DC, safe travels. Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you.